Previously on Feral Mode.
Why, hello there! Looks like you're ready. Once we open up the duel room, which will be quite shortly, we'll be playing everyone in a best of one in a linear order. This is unfortunately a 30-card deck. If I go ahead and grab this, you'll see we not only have our Dark Necropheres, but our Doom Caliber Knights. We also have Archfiend Eccentrics, and 3 copies of Sphere Karibo, as well as Obnoxious Celtic Guardian, Dark Ruler Hades, and multiple copies of Doomdog Octhros. We also have the following annoying trap cards as well. That being Fiendish Chain, Head Judging, Drowning Mirror Force, Floodgate Trap Hole, and besides the Karma Cut are 2 copies of Wall of Disruption. What is the purpose of this deck? Merely to annoy your opponent with all the fiends in the world. Your extra deck may vary, but as long as you use some of these powerful cards, you'll be just fine and your opponent will be crying for the duel to end. Alright, this changes things up just a little bit, but I'm happy to pass a turn and give you a free attack for the inconvenience, please. Alright, now we'll draw for turn. Not this time. I again end my turn. See what we have in store here. I look forward to seeing what you have. I draw and bring back, or perhaps I'll set a monster instead. I end my turn. Why, thank you, Utopian. Ah, I see you've started to use your Super Soldier Synthesis to bring out your ace monster, the Black Luster Soldier. By combining with the Beginning Night from your hand and the Evening Twilight Night from your deck, you should be able to banish my monsters, unless I have something to say about it. Looks like you're doing even better in this duel than the one that I had to interrupt, as your Black Luster Soldier commands both the powers of dark and the light. However, I came prepared, and I will prevent you from activating any of your monster's powerful effects, or attacking. This duel isn't going to end anytime soon. You're using Hammer Shot in order to destroy it. How interesting. Now you can bring your monster back, and its effects will resume. However, I'm going to tribute my monster in order to summon the Dark Ruler Hades. It also will allow me to use the effect of Doomdog Octhros to add Dark Necrophere to my hand. Perhaps, although there might be a few surprises in there. Now, my Dark Ruler Hades allows any fiend that destroys one of your monsters by battle and sends it to the graveyard to prevent it from activating any of its effects that would activate at that time. It's okay, Utopian, I intend to narrate most of the duel, so you should be able to follow along, just like it was the TV show. I draw. I will go a little easy on you. Some enjoy quick duels, I enjoy savoring mine. Perhaps, although there might be a card or two, Maddie, that you recognize is just there to pad for time. Alright, Blaze, you have 4 cards in your hand. And you're using your Super Soldier Synthesis yet again. Like I said, just a few cards in order to pad for time. You wouldn't want this duel to end in a heartbeat, would you? I see that Black Luster Soldier has returned to the field, but just like before, I'm not interested in you activating any of its effects. Currently only have 1 fiend in the graveyard. See that you're going to try this all again from scratch. Glad to hear it, Bakura. One spirit of the Millennium Ring to the next. Well, I would love to see what you do with your Triple D deck. You're too kind, Squall. Looks like Declan Blaze is pulling out all the stops in order to use another one of his powerful cards next turn. So in that case, I'll summon my Doom Caliber Knight. And then I'll end my turn. That's probably a good idea. Making sure that I didn't miss any messages. For the most part, it looks like I'm all caught up. Seems like we're back here with the Super Soldier Synthesis. Now this will be an interesting moment. Do I choose to use a spell or trap card against this Blackluster Soldier, or will I just let it attempt to activate its effects? Keep in mind, Tozokuho Bakura, that technically Japanese doesn't have any curse words. It just has the means to be disrespectful. By tributing Doom Caliber Knight, I negate the effect of your Blackluster Soldier and destroy it. Now I have 2 Fiends in the graveyard. Your other monster can attempt to activate its effects, but they are negated. I'll see if I can. Seeing as you've used 2 of your ritual spells, can't imagine that you run a third, but just in case, I'll set this card face down on the field and end my turn. Unless you're using Discord, I haven't seen any such direct message. Speaking of messages, perhaps we'll get to use the Destiny board this evening. Oh, hey, someone subscribed. Why, thank you, Captain Zamblotti.
Lurking for 10 months. Lol.
Well, I appreciate your support in any form that it comes. My tips on bullying are disregard any darkness that your opponent tries to bring against you. Should of course be worrying only what you contribute to the equation. I draw for turn. Previously I only had a few Fiends in the graveyard, not enough to summon the powerful Dark Necrofear, but now I'll tribute summon. And by tributing off this Fiend, Dark Ruler Hades, now I control 3 Fiends in the graveyard and can banish them to summon my all-powerful card. And to give it the stage light that it so desperately needs, change things up just a little bit here. And now I summon the one who shall cause your demise, Dark Necrofear. Now I can do something oh so sinister. By attacking your Blackluster Soldier and destroying my own Dark Necrofear, I may take a few points of damage. But you're using Sakuretsu armor as well. Well, no matter. My End of Anubis will attack your face-down monster, but when I end the turn, Dark Necrofear's effect will activate. My End of Anubis prevents you from using your effect, and I take control of your monster, except the Dark Necrofear's effect is also negated by the End of Anubis. It appears both of us have fallen for our own bluffs. Appears that you're going to try to do it again, but again, the End of Anubis will prevent you from doing so. I'll set a card, and I end my turn. Perhaps my End of Anubis is too exciting and it might just need to be a nice Dark Ruler Hades instead. Draw for turn. It appears that this duel's victory is actually in sight. In only 3 turns, Declan, unless he figures out how to get out of this trap, he'll lose the duel for not having any cards left in his deck to draw. I draw for turn. Looks like I can just end my turn again, and it brings you ever closer to losing. It appears that this needs to be here, and perhaps this should be placed here and rotated up a few notes. And then, doing pre-stream work on stream wouldn't be a pheromone stream without it, would it? There we go. Now everyone can clearly see that the code to join this room is 458491. I draw a card, but unfortunately that will bring our duel to an end. Ah, thank you, Axeman, for following. I need simply end my turn, and that will end this duel. And I appreciate the subscription, Squall. Well, then it looks like I'll have to play my next opponent. But the almighty Vox is correct. It is bittersweet to have to part ways with the end of Anubis, but it unfortunately stops me from activating a number of my own powerful effects. Why, thank you, Axeman. Or I guess it's Axe Mango. I couldn't see the G from behind my own foolish haircut. I'm happy to hear it. And for a first-time chatter, I certainly appreciate the subscription. It was good, however, it seems both you and I were not able to activate the effects in our graveyard, and as a result, well, I won that duel, but I look forward to our next. I think in order to offset this interesting, powerful card, it appears that I've only got... Oh, you can't see any of that. I only have one Dark Ruler Hades in my deck, so I have to find another powerful fiend in order to add it. I'll instead try... Oh, what shall I use? What shall I use? Why don't we just add another annoying spell or trap card instead? Go to popular trap cards. You're too kind. Exactly. This perfectly coiffed hair doesn't coif itself. I think I'll add... This seems delightful, and it does allow me to get more fiends into my graveyard. Well, now that I've given away a few of my surprises... Hola, mi amigo. Habla un poquito español. Para mi amigos hablamos grande español. Lo siente. Alright, it appears that my next opponent is going to be Neo New Vox. And again, as I said, we will be doing 1 out of 1s, and then I'll begin from the beginning of the line at the end. Lava Golem is a fiend, but I'll tell you, don't trust any of Merrick's tricks, and for that reason I don't intend to include it. I speak a number of languages. In fact, je parle français assez bien, mais je n'étudie pas le français perdu plus ans, so mon vocabulaire est petit. I also speak a little bit of Japanese. However, it would be more appropriate to use the Japanese voice actors' intonations. And so with that in mind, 私は日本語が少しわかります。でもまだ上手じゃありません。けどね。3枚セットカードする。そして1枚モンスターをセット。ターンエンドする。I'm just merely telling you that I speak the languages that I speak, and a little bit in Japanese. I see that you wish to destroy one of my set cards. Unfortunately, I cannot activate it, so I will be saying goodbye to my Floodgate Trap Hole. Another Mystical Space Typhoon. Unfortunately, that won't be able to be activated either. Sub and dub versions. I see that you're playing Black Wings. Let's hope that my final face-down card isn't the last card I'll ever play. No response to either of those summons. It appears that you don't have anything other than 4-star monsters, but with your ability to pierce, I may be in for a little bit of a trip myself. Ah, I think I figured out which duelist this YGO the Shadow Games is. Well, it is good to see you, mi amigo. It's actually quite funny, Chris. I believe Vox has already won the duel. Vox is probably trying to figure out what sort of mysterious set card I have. And Vox, I hate to say it, but I wouldn't be a good Bakura unless I run only the most agitating of cards. And so, I challenge you to this. I activate the trap card, Head Judging. And so now, instead of handily winning this duel by attacking my monster my life points directly, you must come to terms with what this choice will be. If you call it wrong, you may not win. Unfortunately, I'll take control of your monster and see you in the Shadow Realm. Sometimes, Vox, you just have to do the old ways, because all you needed to do in that case was just attack, attack, attack. But it does appear that my next opponent will be Flower Boy. Oh, you're fine. The reason I ran that coin-flipped base card is specifically based on the complaints that you registered. It also appears that Team APS has followed my stream, and reminded me in doing so that I might need to increase where this appears on the screen so that you guys can actually see that they followed. I appreciate your support, and if one of you wants to be sent to the Shadow Realm, I'd be happy to do so. Flower Boy, it looks like it is time to duel. Vox, in training, whenever one of those card situations arises, I typically call that as a soft win, because, but for the coin flip, you absolutely would have had me. Especially with those mystical space typhoons. Ah, thank you, Galaxy Neko. Glad to hear that you're having a good time. Well, Vox, let's see if I can settle the score then after this. Appears that we have everything we need. I'll draw for my turn. Interesting that you're deciding to play Bones. It's almost as if you want to give me all of your locator cards. And while there are very few spells in my deck, I do have monsters that are fiends that do just the same. I'll destroy your face-down card. Why, thank you. I will go ahead and summon my monster, Doom Caliber Knight. I understand, Fox. I too think that head judging probably should be put at 1, or perhaps 0. I do remember. Had to get into the Battle City top 8 no matter what it takes. Draw for turn. It appears that I have another delectable trap card to set, and I'll attack you for yet again, 1900 directly. You still have 200 life points, and with a refusion deck, it appears you're actually going to make one of those wonderful creatures of the netherworld that takes a polymerization spell in order to bring it out. Why, thank you, Chaotic Corgi. Now, we don't always do this, but in the spirit of Halloween, it just seemed appropriate. Clearly, without the energy I take from Red Bull, I wouldn't have the dark powers I need to send you to the Shadow Realm. It's funny. If I went ahead and summoned this pathetic little monster, perhaps I could end this duel. And so for that reason, I do summon my little Sphere Karibo. You're too kind, Team APS. One of the things I typically do is make sure that whatever the stream's theme is, the GUI is set the same. It appears that summoning Sphere Karibo was the gamble that I needed. Flower Boy, we'll see if you can get yourself out of the Shadow Realm when I come back to you in line. Up next, then, will be Yusuke Yorame, a duelist that we do not often duel on stream, so I look forward to whatever surprises you have. Like how it's giving me advice to Synchro Summon. I don't even think there's a tuner in this deck. Alright, let's see what we have here. Despite their heroics, the Triple D deck is also filled of different dimension demons. Seems I have quite a few annoying cards in my opening hand. Well then, Bakura, you and I have quite a bit in common then. For those of you who have recently subscribed, you'll probably be excited about some of the emoji that you can put in the chat. See that you're beginning it with the Double D, Triple D, Flame King Genghis. That allows you to special summon another DD from the graveyard if you summon a DD to your field. And the DD you are going to start with is Vice Typhon. And then you're using Flame King Genghis in order to put the Swirl Slime back in defense mode. I appreciate seeing those emotes, Queen. With all your powerful monsters, all I need do is set down a simple card, and perhaps this one might help as well, and just in case, I end my turn with no fear in my heart. Those of you who do not subscribe, worry not. By using the Pharaoh money you accrue from watching me, you can unlock random emotes as well. Perhaps it'll be the one that you seek, or perhaps you'll get stuck with just a picture of little Yugi. I activate nothing. It appears that I can be relatively conservative in my plays. In fact, I'll turn this switch to off, and all I need do is let you attack my monster. And as you can see, it's going to give me all the time in the world that I need. Unless you produce a small monster, something that the Double D deck is not capable of, you're not getting through my obnoxious Celtic Guardian, card that I borrowed from Yugi just to drag this duel out. But worry not, I'm not going to cease making plays. I set a card and end my turn. As you know, some duelists enjoy rushing through their duel, but I enjoy savoring mine. In fact, take a little difference in perspective here. See that this pathetic little knight is capable of holding off all these other rival fiends. If you thought you could use the power of the dark against me, you're sorely mistaken. Ah, I see that you intend to use your dark contract with Witch in order to destroy my obnoxious Celtic guard. While I don't need to respond to that, I assure you, I'm not out of this duel yet. I won't respond, and by you sending my monster to the graveyard, Doomdog Octhros allows me to add Dark Necrofear to my hand. Care to attack again? You've activated my trap card, Drowning Meraforce. Now for your greed. You will have no monsters and just a trap card that does 1,000 damage to you every turn. Now I draw. If you weren't happy with seeing my obnoxious Celtic guard the first time, perhaps you won't be happy to see that he has a replacement. By attacking you for 1,400, I have hastened the clock in which your own trap card will lead to your demise. I won't activate any effects. Why should I stop you from ending yourself? You've decided to chain your own card and destroy my obnoxious Celtic Guardian, but that won't prevent you from taking 1,000 points of damage. In fact, I could just watch you send yourself to the Shadow Realm turn by turn. In fact, unless you draw the correct card, you might end up losing the duel on your next standby phase. So what will it be? Will you discard a card in order to stop yourself from dying to your own trap card? And in the process of such allowing me to end you with Doomdog Octhros? Or will you go out by means of your own trap card? There's only one way out. It appears you've taken the noble path of sending yourself to the Shadow Realm. We'll see if you can liberate yourself on our following duel. Then after Yusuke, it'll be Lioness Heart. I know you were excited, but again, be careful what you wish for. This deck was specially designed to make sure that I got on everyone's nerves equally, so I look forward to seeing what kind of duels we can have. Seems that Lioness might be AFK. Oh, I spoke too soon. Maybe in my own arrogance I will lose this duel. We'll see. Gave me a genuine laugh there, Starlight Searcher. Alright. Looks like you're relying on Merrick in order to send me to the Shadow Realm. See if the power of that Millennium Rod will serve you well. It's your turn. I do hope this deck is as entertaining as I hoped for. Between a myriad of cards that stall and the extra life points I get from my skill, just seems like we're going to be here all night. By attacking for 800, it appears I've tripped off your counter gate. It allows you to negate my attack and draw a card, and if that's a monster, you can summon a card from your hand. See that you've relied on Trans Archfiend. Well, no matter. It's just the beginning of this duel. To a degree, I think you are right, Chris. I've tapped into the powers of, well, I can't play Mystic Mind from the TCG. The essential spirit is there. Glad to hear that the horror games that you love so much, Roblox, are producing sequels. Gorilla Kite, when it's sent from the field to the graveyard, you can inflict 250 damage to me. How interesting. Appears that you've arranged for a synchro summon as well. But what synchro monster lies in this 2-card extra deck? Seems like you'll be starting with Trans Archfiend. And you put 2,000, 1,600, 3,600 on the board. You'll start by attacking that. I absolutely want Doomdog Arcthros to go to the graveyard. And so I'll add Dark Necrophia from my deck to my hand. Do I want to spare these life points? No, I think I'll keep them to myself and activate my Fiendish Chain. It reduces the attack of your monster because its effects are negated, but it also prevents you from attacking with it. I draw for my turn. I'll set a card and set a monster. It's your move. Glad to hear that you're doing well. If you're sent to the Shadow Realm, it would be awfully peculiar if a soda bottle did you in, instead of the Millennium Ring. Sometimes accidents happen, but as we've learned time and time again, the human body is a miraculous thing. So I hope you a speedy recovery. That way your soul is in good condition so I can take it as my own. With your Trans Archfiend's effect negated, are you going to do your instead an Xyz summon of your Steel Swarm Roach? What a peculiar way of dealing with my monster. It would allow you to negate any summon over level 5. I'll let it stay on the field so I can let another Fiend go to the graveyard. Some of you might have been concerned why I didn't set that card face down with one of my others. But I particularly need these Fiends to go to the graveyard in order to further my strategy. Just a few cards away now. Appears that you want to battle me. While I could just let you destroy my monster, or at least attempt to, I'd rather keep that monster a secret. I'll discard the Dark Necrophia that I added to banish your Fiend and send the other Fiends to the graveyard. How interesting, Steel Swarm Roach is a Fiend monster. But having 3 Fiends in the grave, I can go ahead and banish them, which allows me to summon the monster that will cause your demise. Dark Necrophia. Nothing strange about this collection of parts and scraps that I call my ace monster. Now the Dark Necrophia is on the field, the duel can really begin. Because I cannot end your life points this turn, I'll leave my monster face down and attack you directly for 2,200. Appears you must have something in your hand, and it is Sphere Karibo, another popular Fiend monster. See that you're setting a card. Could it be that you're afraid of my Dark Necrophia? I'm waiting. It appears you have 3 Fiends of your own. I'll allow it. You're using your Dr. Droid. By reducing my attack, you haven't done anything to my defense. Now you activate different dimension reincarnation, allowing you to special summon one of the fiends that was banished. I assume it would be Trans Archfiend. It also appears that you were going to use Raviel, the Lord of the Phantasms, on me. Happy that I got rid of your fiends as fast as I did. Appears that monster isn't going to be able to destroy my obnoxious Celtic Guardian. And now that it's gone, I have no hesitation in doing what must be done. All I need do is end my turn. Your monsters aren't strong enough to get through Dark Necrophia's 2800 defense. Let me go ahead and draw for turn. How interesting. If I continue to end my turns in this way, in 14 turns you'll deck out if you cannot find a solution to this equation. All I need do is kick back, enjoy a soda, and watch you draw through your deck card by card. And draw for turn I do. I end my turn again. Why, hello, light angel soul. We certainly do love souls around here. If you'd like to join the duel, you need only enter the code at the bottom right corner of the screen. I see that you've decided that you're going to cause me a little bit of harm with your Mask of the Accursed. That said, I have life points to spare, but I think I'll summon my Doom Caliber Knight. I'll use my Doom Caliber Knight to attack your Dark Droid. Seems your Wall of Disruption will send my monster to the graveyard. Perhaps I don't have as many life points as I expected, Merrick. Master of the Accursed will bring me down to 2800. If I don't get rid of the Dark Necrophia soon, it might be costly. So why don't we motivate things along? I'll tribute my Archfiend Eccentric in order to destroy one of your cards. Appears that if I take a bird's eye view of the duel, I don't want to eliminate your Dark Necrophia just yet, so I'll go ahead and eliminate Gorilla Kite. While I'll take a few points of damage from it, it does move the duel in the direction I want. I'll end my turn. Well, be careful what you wish for. That Master of the Accursed may end me just yet. I draw for turn. Now I need to speed things up. Because I cannot attack under the effect of Master of the Accursed, I have to wait to draw something that allows me to tribute it off. The race is now turned on me, but I still have powerful cards in my deck that will get me out of this situation. Let's see if I draw it now. Unfortunately, that is not the case. I end my turn. Perhaps in my hubris I might have locked myself into a corner. I only have 3 more turns after this one in order to end Merrick's life points. I haven't seen that poor soul in quite some time. You see, we don't let him out like we used to. It appears that none of these cards will help me, so I end my turn. I only have approximately 2 more Merrick standby phases after he draws in order to free myself, and I still run the risk of another Gorilla Kite. I can see that I'm fading away bit by bit by bit. But don't get too greedy now. I activate the trap card Floodgate Trap Hole, freeing up one of my zones. Now there are 2 types of cards I can draw that will free me. and I drew one right now. I tribute Dark Necrofear in order to summon the Dark Ruler Hades. Now that it has its Lost Art promotion in the official card game, seems appropriate to call it by its actual name. You've used Shadow Spell in order to weaken my monster, and I cannot attack or change its battle position. However, the dynamics of the duel have changed. I end my turn. Now, I'm not waiting to die by standby phases, you're waiting to lose by draw phases. You'll have to do something about my monsters, or else you'll deck yourself out in no time. Behold, I'll use the Wall of Disruption trap card. Not only do I reduce your monster's attack to 0, but your Dark Necrofear cannot be activated in the graveyard. I won't let my ace monster be used against me. Its effects are negated by Dark Ruler Hades. I draw for turn. It appears that things are going quite more in my favor. I'll set a card, and perhaps set another monster in order to defend what few life points I have left. Then, my Dark Ruler Hades cannot attack. But by being in attack mode, that's all he needs. Tick-tock, Merrick, you only have 5 cards left. Lava Golem! With Lava Golem on the field, all of a sudden things are getting quite grim. Now my Lava Golem cannot attack, and even if it could, you have too many monsters on the field. I draw for turn. All of my spell and trap zones are locked. I cannot do anything with my monster. It can't attack, and by ending my turn, the duel will be finished. No, Merrick, I will not be done in by your cards. I'll go out on my own terms. If the Shadow Realm is where I am destined for, I will send myself. Sphere Karibo, attack Doctoroid, and end this duel on my own terms. You haven't seen the last of me. Not yet. I suppose it is the canon answer, isn't it? Lioness is the first one to get through, and I will say, that was quite the epic duel. After this will be Chris the King of Games. I have high expectations for you. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. For those of you who are still remaining in the duel room, once I complete the line of people who were here on first come, first serve basis, I will be dueling everyone again from the top of the list. The longer you stay in the duel room, the more chances you have to duel. If for some reason everyone is all fooled up and no one wants to duel, we'll just open a new room code, and those dreary souls that still wander around can meander to the new room, leaving the skeletons and corpses behind. You'd be surprised, light angel soul. Perhaps your light might pierce the darkness. There's only one way to find out. I draw for turn. Now this is the tricky part. Is our opponent playing Black Wings, as indicated by his various aesthetics? Oh, thank you, Flower Boy, I appreciate that. The aesthetic options of the Black Wing sleeves and mat indicate Black Wings, but the skill indicates Harpy Ladies, as does the character. With that in mind, we'll go ahead and set a few cards. Having filled my field with set cards, I now summon the one who won't cause your demise, but will certainly wish you would die soon enough that you wouldn't have to reek through its ire. Obnoxious Celtic Guardian, attack him for a pithy 1400. With that attack, I end my turn. That said, we still don't know what Karis is playing. He could even be playing Triamond, and just using the field spell and the sleeves and mat to make us feel a little bewildered as to what he's playing. Unfortunately, even though I activate my Fiendish Chain, it does nothing if you're going to destroy it. That said, because I know how your deck operates, I activate Fiendish Chain again. and I'll negate the effect of your monster, reducing the attack points that it has. It's now treated as Harpy Lady 1. But it is always treated... Ah, I see. Despite negating its effect, the condition of the card still treats it as thus. And so unfortunately, there was no way out with the cards that I had. We already know that Mai doesn't cower when it comes to a shadow game. But without the power of an Egyptian god, I might be in trouble. With Cyber/Harpy Lady being a Harpy, that would trigger the effect of Harpy's hunting ground, destroying the remaining Fiendish chain, but more importantly, activating the effect of Cyber/Harpy Lady and sending my obnoxious Celtic Guardian back to my hand. Chris at this point now has the perfect block. So if I cannot negate the effect of Harpy Lady, I'm in trouble. Now while he's able to summon another powerful monster, and he does have to destroy his own Harpy hunting ground, that still won't exceed the 5,000 life points that I've started with. Have to have that energy for somewhere. And for me, it is the drink of choice. Fortunately though, with the hair and everything else, you can't sip directly from the can. With 1,100 life points, I'm still in this duel, but with no fiends in the graveyard and a deck full of trap cards, and only the ability to summon one monster at a time, I don't think we're long for this world. In fact, my ace monster has shown its face, but I can't do much with it. The only thing we can do is summon the obnoxious Celtic Guardian. Certainly we can attack and destroy the Harpy Oracle. But what use is that when a mere attack from the monster will do 1,200 damage, and will end this duel? Seems that you've won this time, Chris, but I promise, this is not the last you've seen of me. I wonder if this qualifies as an ASMR stream, what with the delightful monologuing into the very large microphone. By activating a spell, you can bounce the obnoxious Celtic guards, or even if I went on the defensive, I wouldn't be long for this world. With 2,800 life points worth of damage to my 1,100, that is the end. You win this time. But again, it'll take more than that to banish me to the Shadow Realm. It looks like in our line, the next person is Neo Nu Vox. So Vox, if you're prepared to avenge yourself, I hope you have luck on your side. If you happen to be AFK though, I could always play the next person. With that in mind, I'll move on to Queen. That way we're making sure that people are fairly brought to spare, right? Each person should have an opportunity to suffer at my hands, and then get their second helping. Hope that this correctly evokes the spirit of the season. I won't be able to stream this Halloween. In fact, I won't even be able to stream this Friday because of my participation in an upcoming Konami tournament. But I thought this would be the best way to make it up to you. My life point boost A is kicked in, and it appears that you too are running Wasteland. By summoning your Samurai Skull, I predict that you are likely to send a Shiranor to the grave, but I'm wrong, as it's Skull Servant. My jaw drops to think that you might actually try to bring out the king of the underworld against me. With that in mind, it falls to me to decide which card to choose. Perhaps we will play it safe and try to evoke the most powerful monsters from my deck as quickly as possible. Skull Servant is a powerful card that Bones, the character Queen is playing as, Ziggy, is known for. The more Skull Servants that go to the graveyard, the higher the power of the King of Skull Servants is. The King of Skull Servants itself counts as a Skull Servant in the graveyard. That would make it 2,000 points at this amount. But I'll activate Wall of Disruption. Your two monsters' attack will be reduced. Now you take a little bit of damage. I'm happy to hear that, Nathan. I'm sure Pharaoh will be pleased. suppose I can do a little bit more life point damage by turning these two monsters to attack mode. But that may be your plan as well, to lure me into a false sense of security and then to summon your King of the Skull servants. But I'll take that gamble as I further reduce your life points down to a mere 1900. I draw for turn. It appears you've set a monster. But you can't hide from me. By tributing Doomdog Octhros, not only do I get to search my deck for a powerful card, I get to thank Cybers and a bunch of other people at the behest of Team APS. Well, thank you, Team APS. We're probably about to see a number of animations on the screen, so I'll pause the duel for the moment. It looks like Cybers Greninja, Hero Forever 292, Exodia the One, Kid C Ghost, and Akatsu Red are all about to be gifted a gift subscription. That means a number of things. Not only should you be thanking Team APS, but you also have access to a series of powerful emotes. Might spark fear into the hearts of your opponents. As we wait for the next animation to play, I'll go ahead and enter my battle phase. Again, make sure to thank Team APS for their kindness. A gift subscription is much like a trick or treat. You always say thank you when it's a treat. With that in mind, I believe my Dark Ruler Hades is able to attack, and with just enough attack, he's able to destroy and negate any effect that your Lady of White will have. I also appreciate the bits, my friends. Thank you, Flower Boy. It appears you're activating Book of Life. It does offset my Fiend strategy by just a little, but it appears you've targeted your Skull Servant and not your King of the Skull Servants. Whatever could that be for? A second Skull Servant has appeared on the field. Perhaps you wish to combine their levels and open up the overlay network. You do in fact exceed summon a monster. Perhaps Sylvan Princess Sprite would help you. But unfortunately, fall into the despair that is the Floodgate Trap Hole. And now you activate Burial from the Different Dimension, returning my own Fiend card to my graveyard. Perhaps you're not aware of what I can do with those Fiends. I draw for turn. Seems that mayhap I need to open up the overlay network myself in order to put out another powerful monster. At the same point, it would be a good idea in order to put another Fiend on the field, and perhaps I shall combine my obnoxious Celtic Guardians for their true intended purpose. Welcome to the field, my Steel Swarm Roach. This powerful monster allows me to remove one of its Xyz materials and negate the summon of your monsters. But more importantly to me, it's another Fiend the Dark Necrophia can feed on. My Fiend not only attacks you, but any effects you would have had would be negated because of Dark Ruler Hades. Sorry, Bones, you'll have to hand over those locator cards once more. Let's see what we have up next then. After Ziggy would be Nathan. Nathan, I'm happy to hear that you've made new friends. But I hope that you've written them in your will, because when you are sent to the Shadow Realm, you may no longer be able to appreciate their time. But don't worry. Eventually, Bakura will swallow everything into the Shadow Realm, and you'll have plenty of friends. I'm ready when you are, Nathan. If I remember correctly, the last time we dueled, you showed me the power of the Dark Magician and the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Well, whether we invoke Seto Kaiba or Yami Yuki, it's time to duel. I see. Are you trying to spell out a message? Well, I suppose I'll choose the letter H, the last letter you would play on the Japanese version of the Destiny board. What message will I be spelling out? I guess only I'll be able to know soon. Seems that you brought out Seto Kaiba to emulate the Season 5 vibes of this duel. Since I'm going first, I believe I'll start with my Doom Caliber Knight. With Doom Caliber Knight on the field, the powerful cards you use to summon Blue Eyes White Dragon will have their effects negated. I see that you've decided to set a monster. A word of wisdom to anyone who wishes to emulate my style. Even if you have 2 Doom Caliber Knights, you should never, ever summon both of them at the same time. You might wonder why you would want to avoid using such powerful monsters. Keep in mind that if one Doom Caliber Knight negates the activated effect of a monster, then the following Doom Caliber Knight will try to negate the effect of your own Doom Caliber Knight. You'll lose both your monsters and likely lose the duel. Your monster's effects are negated. Without a powerful Blue Eyes on your field, how will you handle this combination of cards? The obnoxious Celtic Guardian is enough to stop the Blue Eyes White Dragon by itself. I see that you wish to use a monster with less than 1900 attack. Well, I assure you, it has far less than 1800 as well. Now that it has 1000 attack, what do you hope to do?
It's time to duel!
I see the DVSV Flood is raiding us with a party of 3. Always exciting to have a few more souls to send to the Shadow Realm. Attacked by my own obnoxious Celtic Guardian, I'm not worried. I draw for turn. Seems that I can summon a powerful monster. I would almost think that another Doom Caliber Knight is exactly what we need. With more attack points on the field than you have life points, it appears that Doom Caliber Knight can slash its sword and end this duel. You're too kind, my friend. We don't engage in this every stream, but it seems like it is the season for this sort of thing. Now that I've finished Nathan, it seems like Maddie is next. I look forward to seeing what a fellow occult duelist has in mind. After this duel, I will resume dueling duelists we've already sent to the Shadow Realm to see if they can liberate themselves by going back to the beginning of the line. The line, of course, being the order in which you join the room. And you can, of course, join and see if you're willing to put your soul on the line by using the code at the bottom right corner of the screen, which I believe is 458491. Chips are alright, but again, in a costume such as this, you don't typically want to sully it with the grease and powder associated with that snack. Unfortunately, this is not a very powerful opening, so I'll set a card and set my monster and end my turn. However, perhaps it may be enough, so looks can be deceiving, Maddie. I'll kick back and relax, as I'm well aware the Triple D deck has a number of combos that can take quite some time to perfect. I would appreciate it, Lioness. A second bite at the apple, if you will. Giving me an opportunity to avenge myself and dematerialize from what little is left after I've been sent to the Shadow Realm. It appears you're starting with the Double D Swirl Slime. It allows you to discard that and another card in order to fusion summon the correct Triple D monster. And you're bringing out DDD Dragonbane King Beowulf. Powerful monster not only destroys spells and traps during the standby phase, but it also deals piercing battle damage. Perhaps I've made a miscalculation. Or perhaps not. It depends on what cards you have in your hand. Seems like you're playing the spell Double D Savant Kepler. While you cannot Pendulum Summon anything other than Double D monsters, it does have another powerful effect to reduce the levels of monsters. Interesting. Oh, actually, it reduces its own pendulum scale and then destroys monsters. How interesting. Now I see that you have several monsters on the field and you've increased your own attack. You'll deal 2,700 points of damage to me, but you'll allow me to add Dark Necrophere from my deck to my hand. Looking forward to it, SSJ Warrior. I see that you don't want to attack with your other monster. I reward that cowardice by summoning the Archfiend Eccentric, and in doing so I contributed. Now that it is face up in my extra deck, I can destroy your Beowulf. If you thought you were going to use Beowulf to destroy my face down card, think again. I see that you're going to use the dark contract with the gate. Make as many deals with the underworld as you want, but unless you pull out the right card, I'm confident I'm okay. I see that you're also switching your monsters to defense mode, but you're willing to normal summon the DD, Savant Kepler. I will say that combination of emotes is absolutely hilarious. Ending your turn, don't want to attack with the 0 attack monster. I'll set a card. Now I must be careful in what I choose to do. If I summon a monster, you might bring out a powerful DD, but if I fail to summon anything, well, perhaps I will be the one who is in danger. I'll set a monster and allow you to keep everything you have on the field. I end my turn. Ah, can you open the door to light from within the darkness? Seems like you're about to take 1,000 damage. In addition, your Savant Kepler's effect activates. You'll reduce its scale by 2, then destroy all monsters with a level greater than or equal to. But you've also decided to activate Dark Contract with Witch. During your own turn, it allows you to discard a DD card in order to destroy a card on my field. And so what card will that be? By discarding Double D Swirl Slime, will you clear out one of your own monster zones in order to have a power to summon? No, you'll destroy my Drowning Mirror Force. Very good. Now you'll use the Dark Contract with the Gate in order to summon the DDD Dragon King Pendragon. Technically speaking, that would allow you to be able to destroy my other face-down card as long as you are willing to discard another one of your cards. Excuse me, a little bit too much soda. By discarding a contract, you've destroyed my face-down wall of disruption. I currently have 1 Fiend in the graveyard. Care to make it 2? Waiting to see what you have. Keep being conservative. I'll get your life points and soul one way or the other. You've destroyed my monster, and while I don't have enough fiends to use my Dark Necrophere, I have increased the likelihood of drawing a useful card. I'll draw for turn. How perfect. I set my card face down on the field. Now you truly have the conundrum. If you draw a contract or double the card which is likely in your deck, you could use it to destroy your own card, thus preventing yourself from losing the duel. But in doing so, you'll allow me to keep my own. What will you do? You've destroyed your own trap. Interesting. Now you're reducing the scale further. However, that does mean you would destroy any monsters you control with a level greater than or equal to its scale. No response. I haven't lost this duel yet, but it's possible that with your new Pendulum monster, I am in trouble. You've discarded a card in order to negate my powerful effect, but I assure you, I was prepared. By negating the effect, I not only save my life points, because you cannot attack me when Fiendish Chain is on the field, but you no longer can destroy any cards. Looks like you were prepared as well, though, because 3+7 allows for a powerful Synchro Summon, and unfortunately the 3 fiends in my hand are powerful, but only when I'm able to use them. They'll do nothing but laugh as I am the one sent to the Shadow Realm in this very, very close duel. Seems you brought light to the darkness after all, Maddie. But I would expect nothing less from another occult fiend user. It appears that we've dueled everyone in the room. Oh, I am mistaken. Light Soul is next on the list. But let's see if this is a hero or a victim. Quite a good game indeed. Looks like the duel wasn't won until the last card was played. Alright, let's see what we have going on here. Jaden Yuki, technically someone who is a very powerful Fiend user, in his Supreme King persona. My hand contains slightly more usable cards, and so for that reason I will set 2 traps on the field and set another. Why say there are spell and traps when it's clear that I am not trying to advance this duel? Maddie, I have to say this must be an exciting time as there are so more Double D and Triple D cards that are in existence than when you first picked the deck up. Truth Universe was the set that included it, if I recall correctly, and we've had so many sets since. Still waiting to see what happens next here. After activating your big city, you summon Evil Hero Infernal Prodigy, as well as Elemental Hero Avion. It appears that perhaps this is an Evil Hero deck. But are those monsters' attack big enough to destroy my own? Funny enough, I'll go ahead and reduce their attack to 0, and you'll take 1,200 points of damage. I draw for turn. Now I can set this card, and perhaps turn this to attack mode. Your Skyscraper Hero City only protects your elemental heroes, so the only monster that I intend to attack will be your evil hero. By getting a bird's eye view, I see that there isn't much on the field, so I enter the battle phase and deal you additional 1,400 points of damage. I end my turn. And hey, Sharky, it's good to see you too. With 1,400 life points, all I need to do is successfully attack with my obnoxious Celtic Guardian. If you don't amp up your defenses, perhaps that will be the case. It appears you're activating Blazeman's effect, but I can't tell if it's the normal summon effect or the one that activates immediately. Ah, so it is. You're grabbing a polymerization. By combining 2 powerful heroes, Jaden typically is able to summon various cards. But I was hoping to see an evil hero fusion. The good news is, Sharky, there are a number of clips that I posted not only onto my own TikTok, though you can watch the full tournament in its entirety by going to the official Konami YouTube channel. That's the beauty of the internet these days. Even if you miss something, you can watch it just as if you were there, but you'll get no spoilers from me. It appears that you're returning your field spell in order to activate Skyscraper. I didn't predict that, however. I'll only take 800 damage and your monster won't be able to destroy my own. I have to be cautious because I know that you have that Skyscraper 2 in your hand. So destroying a monster in battle won't really do a whole lot. That said, is there any combination of cards I can use in order to do 1,400 points of damage? It appears that I don't have what I need. I don't want to destroy your other monster, so I'll actually just end my turn. That's absolutely correct, Kid Sees Ghost. Now you can celebrate the Shadow Realm in style. The full set of emotes for the rest of the month. You'll notice there are other emotes with other characters as well. I see that you're bringing Elemental Hero Wildheart. By combining that with Skyscraper, you have a 2,500 attack monster who is immune to my traps. You're also combining 2 of your monsters. Elemental Hero Nova Master, if it destroyed a monster, would allow you to draw a card. I cannot deal with it now, so why don't we lay it to rest just for a while? I actually went and watched the the Duel Links Invitational. My mind is on this weekend where the TCG Invitational will happen, and I did see a number of Pharaoh emotes throughout the broadcast. I appreciate your support as always. Needing to get rid of your monster, I'll go ahead and summon this in attack mode. I'll put this monster in defense mode, and then say goodbye to your Wildheart. Perhaps you do want to activate Skyscraper too, but if you do, you'll lose Skyscraper. By shedding some light, your heroes will lose their ability to return from the graveyard. I see that you're choosing to do so. So we'll go from nighttime to the dark. You're too kind. If you don't recognize that new Pharaoh emote, it is the visage that Konami put of me on stream. I see that you're activating polymerization. What powerful card will you fuse next, Jaden? By combining Elemental Hero Sparkman and Elemental Hero Nova Master. That is absolutely the intended effect. It wouldn't be an entertaining tournament without a few pratfalls, would it? I will say in all honesty, my excitement got the better of me and I forgot Oyam's special ability. It appears that you have Vision Hero Adoration and you're attempting to use its effect. However, Doom Caliber Knight will tribute itself in order to destroy your Adoration. But maybe that was your plan all along. Now your Wild Heart can attack me with impunity and destroy obnoxious Celtic Guardian. I only have a few fiends in the graveyard, so it's not time for the ace yet. Knowing my luck, I'll draw it now. Well, that's not quite it either. But I cannot allow you to keep such a powerful monster when trap cards are half of my strategy. So I'll send my Archfiend Eccentric to the face of extra deck to destroy your Wild Heart and end my turn. It seems, Chris, that you see something you like. You'll have to elucidate what it is that it is. If you'd like to send me such a clip, Kid Sees Ghost, you can always send it to me via Twitter or Twitch or maybe a private Discord message. Because again, no one gets a good laugh out of that as much as I would. Knowing your deck the way that I do, I end my turn with just my 2 trap cards. You're too kind. It's not the only one. In fact, those of you who have subscribed probably have seen all of the different emoji that I have. Each one of these Pharaoh emotes represents a different look that I've had on the stream at one time or another. But we don't do this every day. The Discord itself is closed, however I've given my private contact information so that if you want to send me something off stream, you absolutely may. What a powerful card. That said, I activate Drowning Mare Force. I give you not a single quarter. I'll draw for turn. I only have what I have, so I'll set a new face-down card, and thank Chris for his following. We may very well have done that. I'm capable of doing both voices, in English and Japanese. In fact, I watched the entirety of Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 in Japanese prior to watching it in English much given time later. How interesting. A small monster indeed. Perhaps I have a few life points to spare and I won't activate any trap cards in response. 1200 it is. You end your turn. I draw for turn. Unfortunately, again, I have no cards in which I can play, so I'll end. I must say that the dubbed voice of Yuya is a person of which I am personally acquainted. He's a very talented gentleman to be able to dub Yuya and his lookalikes. That's actually not the case in the Japanese version, where they are voiced by 4 different actors, if I recall correctly. But it's been such a time since I've seen Arc 5 that perhaps I am mistaken. I apparently am being given a little bit of a pass here. Oh, I spoke too soon. Here comes Elemental Hero Heat. Because Elemental Hero Heat is so powerful, I'll send it back to the deck with its brethren. That's absolutely fine. The good news is such a clip will be just as hilarious whether you send it to me now or many years from now. I see that you've decided to use your Mass Change spell card. In doing so, you're able to summon Masked Hero Goka, and because of all the heroes in your graveyard, it has 3100 attack. It appears that I've fallen for your plan. And now I'm gone. I'll have to liberate myself then. The YCS that you're mentioning that's in Pasadena, that's in January 14th through 16th next year, I'm happy to say that I am eagerly anticipating applying for that event, and I do plan on making it there. If I'm part of the judge corps, however, I won't be able to say hi, but I certainly can nod. One of the things that happens when you're on duty is that you must maintain and avoid the appearance of impropriety. You are there to do a job, to officiate the tournament. So while you may see me and you can wave and I may not know who you are, I'll certainly know that it is someone familiar with the stream. Light Soul was the last person on our list, so Flower Boy, it appears that you are back at the top. I don't see that you're sitting down, so I'll tag you in the chat just to get your attention. Just one of the things that you have to do when you're part of the tournament. You wouldn't want a judge to be distracted because people said hello. You'd want him to focus on officiating the game and providing the best tournament experience for all the competitors. And so in doing so, unfortunately, I bound myself, which, as you know, would be quite difficult for someone as social as I. Flower Boy, I don't see where you're at, but I'm happy to duel you the moment that you sit down. For those of you who are lurking within the stream like the shadows that I command, you absolutely can duel me if you want to. By entering the code at the bottom of the screen, you can join this duel room, which apparently isn't working as intended. Let me try to jump back and forth. Flower Boy, it appears that the game is giving you a command to reboot. Let's see if we can get this duel going again. How interesting. It appears that now that you're over here, be careful what you wish for. I still need to be able to duel all the other competitors here. Everyone wants a fair shot at getting to the Shadow Realm. Oh, I see that it's little Yugi. Without the spirit of the Millennium Puzzle, what challenge do you hope to offer? Ah, we're both going into this with extra life points. Good, you'll need them. I'll set a card. And another one, and then I end my turn. It appears that you're only setting a monster in a trap yourself. Back in the golden age of Yu-Gi-Oh, we called that the T-set. It was strategic, conservative. However, now, you typically just go all in with your combo. Activating Card of the Soul will give you access to any one card, but it appears you pulled out your favorite Desperado Dragon. I draw. Perhaps this is the exact card that I need. With Doom Caliber Knight on the field, I need not fear your machine, so I'll attack your face-down monster. Now that you're attempting to reveal your Desperado Barrel Dragon, Doom Caliber Knight tributes itself to negate and destroy your card. I'm aware of the fact that you'll be able to add another monster from your deck to your hand, but I would rather take that than the alternative. I'm trying to set up a key light to try to offset right. That's okay. That's what I need to do. How interesting. Twin Barrel Dragon's effect activates. And of course you would get two heads. Now you'll activate Gravity Blaster. Well, I have a surprise for you. Now that you've revealed all your tricks, I discard a copy of Dark Necrophere in order to banish your monster with my Karma Cut. You decided that you wanted to go in, and I decided that I wanted to do in your monster. I draw for turn. Now I'll set another powerful card and end my turn. Your move. Appears that the bustling of Battle City is outside. No response. I certainly am waiting. Do you choose to attack with your powerful monster? 1400 is no. big number, but I checked my graveyard in order to see how many fiends I have. Now that I have the requisite number, I'll activate Sphere Karibo, thus completing the circle and allowing us to have 3 fiends in the graveyard. We shall see. Now I'll summon the one who I hope that will cause your demise. But perhaps this monster needs to stay in defense mode because it is too weak to destroy yours. Behold, Dark Necrophere. I end my turn. Perhaps you wish to use the effect of Blast Spider and decrease my life points, mayhap even activating the effect of your own card. But I promise you it may not be as exciting as you expect. I see that you've discarded your Mech Lord Weissel. Maybe you realize that I don't activate any spell cards, other than pendulums. I will do what? You're trying to destroy your own card. I activate the trap card, Head Judging. And I intend to use its effect now. You are now called upon to call Coin Flip, and it looks like your luck has run out. I'll take your monster as my own and use it to defend my life points. Now the only thing you can destroy is your own Blast Spider. I draw for turn. I believe that I'll turn my Dark Necrophere to attack mode. I'll enter the battle phase and lose a pithy 300 life points. By ending my turn, my Dark Necrophere's effect activates. I can target your card, and while you can get rid of one of mine, I still am able to take your monster. Now that I've taken 2 of your monsters, the duel is looking increasingly in my favor. I see that you're using Vital Attack in order to be able to bring out your Desperado Barrel Dragon. You've decided to destroy my monster results of battle, but unfortunately I say no. I know you don't want to activate an effect. All the luck's run dry from your coin flips. I'll set a card. And interestingly enough, I'll activate the effect of Blast Spider. I'll choose 2 cards to destroy, including your own. You can use the effect of Desperado Barrel Dragon. Twice, I see. Then I will maintain my hold on your monster and end my turn. Taking what's yours is what Bakura does best, after all. Millennium items, monsters, he cares not. I see that you wish to take your luck again. I will not activate the effect of Head Judging because I can rip one of the cards out of your hand. The card I choose is your Arcana Temperance. You do destroy your monster, but I'm not worried at all. I'll reduce the attack of your monsters and their effect on my life points. Appears that I have 2 fiends in the graveyard. I draw. Perhaps my luck has run out because I'm drawing an unusable monster. Now if you choose not to activate any monster effects, my Head Judging sits on the field, meaninglessly. I would need a Doom Caliber Knight in order to get out of this, but it just depends on what I have. Ah, it appears by combining your monsters and opening the overlay network, Yugi has once again triumphed. I don't think Bakura could have expected such a thing. But because you've chosen to activate the effect of your monster, now you must call the coin again. Call it wrong and I'll have a monster to defend my life points with. Call it right, and I lose the duel. Not a bad play after all. Austin. On any other day of the week, that might get an admonishment, but today, that is absolutely what we're going for. After Flower Boy, it looks like Yusuke is back up on the list. I see. Yusuke Yorame, if you are ready for another duel, I'm happy to play. right, Declan Akaba again. And I'm going second. I guess I've earned a little break as I wait for your powerful combination of cards to take up much of the turn. It's absolutely true that Double D and Triple D monsters make play after play after play until they are finally set up. But it looks like you're now using DD Swirl Slime to start this off with a powerful fusion. Absolutely. If you're going to send souls to the Shadow Realm, you need at least a little bit of energy. I see that you're using your dark contract with the gate. Bit by bit. I'll have to be careful if I don't want to lose all of my life points. Ah, you're absolutely correct, Fourleaf. I do have wings. They just aren't where they ordinarily should be. Why, thank you. I think I recall that there was a little bit of overlap, but it's been some time since I've seen the show. As you remember, Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 came out in the year 2014, which seems like an eternity to when months by months seem like years by years. Austin, you'll have to be more specific on what it is you don't think is true. I see that you have every card that you need. Whatever could I do? 2 of my trap cards won't necessarily assist me in this situation. However, one of these monsters alone will do. I'll set that card, and then end my turn. Perhaps just in case it might be worth setting another powerful trap card. I see that you're activating your dark contract. I chain my trap card Fiendish Chain. By targeting your Oracle King Dark, you'll no longer gain life points, and so now you take 1,000 points of damage. The game begins. Sharky, I don't want to spoil it, but Yuya actually has technically more companions than any of the other characters in the series. So it might be time for you to turn back to the show, but he has way more than one. That said, perhaps I am mistaken because technically Jaden Yuki also has a few, between Daitakuji-sensei, also known as Professor Banna, the cat, Pharaoh, and then Yubel herself. I'm going to flip down your Beowulf. If you thought you were going to use that monster to destroy my trap cards, you'd be sorely mistaken. I understand that you can perhaps fuse it off later, but the clock grows ever closer. Horns, wings, what does it matter? But I see, Austin, that you probably take closely to my heart. You enjoy a good jab at the expense of others, and for that, it's very appropriate for this particular stream. You won't be able to destroy my monster, nor will you be able to destroy it with an even larger monster. You must get smaller in order to conquer my obnoxious Celtic Guardian. Now, I don't like your ability to continue to fuse off your cards, so I'll activate my Archfiend Eccentric as a pendulum spell, and use it to destroy your dark contract with the Swamp King. I nullify and void your agreement. I'll also set some additional cards, and continue to hide behind my obnoxious Celtic Guardian. To a degree, Sharky, while I don't want to spoil it, think about what it is that you just said. Imagine you haven't seen all the episodes of Arc 5, but imagine what I'm trying to get at. That Yuya, except for Jaden, has more spirits than any of the other characters. Perhaps something has changed that you're not aware of that would be seen if you watch the rest of Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5, that would make him again have more spirits in him than any other character in the series. I'm glad to know that it's jogged your memory. I don't want to give too many spoilers, as many people haven't seen every episode of each series, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 is basically on the air again, as we enter it in Duel Links. Apologize for being surprised. I see that you have DD Vice Typhon. And now you're going to summon that monster. I won't use any effects. I see that your Oracle King Dark is back, but I regret to inform you that it is also going back face down. Why, thank you, Astalis99. Oh, Stolas. My apologies. I end my turn. Again, this is why those of you who do not have the powerful skill, Contract Procrastination, might need to unlock it. Contract Procrastination allows you, if you control a face-up DD card, to skip your standby phase. Then you would not die at the hands of my powerful cards. I see that you're trying to use that to destroy me, but you have to make a choice. I see that Beowulf has come too. Now that you have 3 monsters, I might be in a little bit of trouble. Why, thank you, Sans and Nat. And Stolas, we appreciate your appreciation of my cosplay. We don't do this every stream, but this is a particular occasion. It is All Hallows Eve approaching, and while I won't be able to stream at that time, many of you is likely going to parties as well, so I figured our usual Wednesday stream might be the most appropriate way to engage. Now this is interesting. Now with your King Beowulf, you might be able to finally end me, but I have to very cautiously proceed. You've decided to end your turn. You didn't want to activate anything. How interesting. Well, I don't want to have such a monster on the field because it's unfortunately too weak. So what I'll do is I'll tribute it. I now no longer have this weakness on the field, and while my monster is smaller than yours, the duel veers ever closer in my favor. Certainly, Sans and Nat, if you want to ask any Duel Links questions, I'm happy to answer them. Depending on how this goes, I may not have very many other things to attend to if all of my life points are gone. I'll activate from my hand Sphere Karibo. It'll keep me in this duel, but now I have to pray that I draw a specific card. 2600. There's only a few things that I can draw, and that would not be one of them. In order to make sure that I take this loss gracefully, I'll attack into the very culprit that put me in this situation. Fiends they may be, heroic fiends they are, and again we lose to Double D. You wouldn't need to skip your standby phase if you controlled the Double D monster. It's true that it's a dark contract, but you would be procrastinating contracts if there wasn't a contract involved. So after that will be Lioness Heart. I guess it's time for our faded rematch. If only I had another Fiend card that might protect me, but I'd like to keep the deck the way it is. A medium comfort challenge, entertaining, but still a little powerful. Absolutely time to duel. I feel like I recognize those emotes. Are those from Little Karibo's stream? I certainly are familiar with his fascination with leather pants. I would not venture a guess at attempting to do Florence's voice, because none can do it better than he. Every now and again I popped into his streams and he and I are Twitter correspondents, if you will. Twitter mutuals, I think the children call it. I see that I am in a much different situation than last time, so in this case, I'll summon the Doom Caliber Knight and end my turn. It certainly is time to duel nowadays. Chris is absolutely correct. In the very first episode of the show, not only does Yugi win, but Seto Kaiba has a duel himself that he wins. Questions need a little bit better crafting if they're going to only have a trick answer. Well, that one has two. Why, thank you, Too Much and Too Good. We don't always stream in costume, but it seemed like a special occasion given the upcoming holiday. I'll set another card, and a monster as well, and then Doom Caliber Knight will advance. Swing your blade and strike him down, Doom Caliber Knight. Now this will be an interesting interaction. Your Gorilla Kite attempts to do damage to me, but it does take Doom Caliber Knight down with it. With that in mind, I end my turn. Seems like it was prudent to set an additional Fiend on the field. You might wonder why I advertise it as Fiend. There are very few monsters in my deck that are not. You might have gotten rid of one Doom Caliber Knight, but are you prepared to handle a second? Again, I summon Doom Caliber Knight. Well, you're too kind, Sans and Matt. Didn't expect to be put on the hotspot, but again, that's the price of being on Twitch. I enter my battle phase, and Doom Caliber Knight again will swing his blade to strike down your life points. This time it appears you are prepared. The shadow spell will reduce its attack and keep it from attacking, or changing its battle position. But keep in mind I can still activate its powerful ability. You're too kind. For those of you who watch me routinely, I actually believe that we'll probably do another one of these cosplay streams again the Wednesday of the Thanksgiving week. Some sort of Friendsgiving, Streamsgiving event with a character who enjoys friendship in mind. A character you've never seen me cosplay before. But that's the only preview you'll get for now. And then after that, we'll probably do this again in December. Things have been moving quite quickly, but I'm enjoying it nonetheless. I end my turn without playing any additional cards. That said, we've certainly engaged in this chicanery before. It's not Taya. Not to say that I wouldn't be a good Taya. But that's the only hint I'll give you, is that it's not Taya. Seems that you're going to end your turn without playing any additional cards as well. Well, then it's my turn. It appears that I can go ahead and clear one of your spell and trap zones by tributing out a powerful monster. By getting rid of my Doom Caliber Knight, I'll bring out Dark Rilla Hot S. Technically, he's trying to steal a number of things. Depending on what episode you're watching, he wants his Egyptian god card Scythe of the Sky Dragon back. He also enlists Bakura and Odeon in order to get the Millennium Puzzle and other items. But again, it just depends on what part of the series you are engaging in. But here's the thing, as Merrick would tell you, he's not attempting to steal anything at all. Merrick believes by being part of the Grave Keeper's family, Tomb Keepers technically in the anime, he is entitled to those items. Because why should the Pharaoh have anything that he didn't work for? Merrick is the one who bears the symbol on his back. Merrick is the one who keeps the secret. Merrick is the one whose family has engaged in that. If you ask Merrick, he's not trying to steal anything. SSJ Warrior, again, it's something that I've never cosplayed before, and by the mere gesture of an emote, you can see that we've been joined. It seems that you still have your face-down card. I would venture a guess as to what it is, but in order to see if it's worth wasting, I'll flip up my face-down monster. Doomdog Octos may not pose a threat, but how many of its bites can you handle? It appears you're willing to put a Fiend in the graveyard in order to dissuade me from attacking. With that in mind, I end my turn. It depends on your opinion of central heating. If you enjoy central heating, then of course they do not have it in the Shadow Realm. If you don't like central heating, they have more central heating than you've ever experienced in your life. A while ago, we certainly did an Astral VTuber event. We haven't done anything like that since. You've got something chainable, so for that reason, I'm just going to set a card, and then I'll switch my Octhros to attack mode. Again, Octhros will attempt to chomp a few of your life points down. I see you're discarding another Sphere Karibo. You're growing ever closer to Dark Necrofear. You've protected your life points this turn, and so with that in mind, I end my turn. Well, I wish you the best in your holiday endeavors, Aichi. Sounds like it'll be a decent time. Now that you banish 3 fiends, will you be able to do anything with the powerful card? I will do nothing. You're using your different dimension reincarnation, allowing you to special summon one of those fiends back to the field. appears that you're bringing Gorilla Kite in an attempt to maybe do a few points of damage to my life points again. I'll leave that on the field and do nothing in response. I'll allow you to destroy my Doomdog Octhros. By sending it to the graveyard, I can grab my own Dark Necrophere. A Halloween-themed tournament sounds quite fun, but only focused on the duel at hand. I activate Drowning Mare Force, sending Dark Necrophere back into the deck. And as a result, your monsters cannot use their powerful effects that activate in the graveyard. I draw for turn. Now, I shall summon the monster that will cause your demise by banishing these 3 fiends. I now can special summon Dark Necrophere. And what a gorgeous and powerful card that it is. Well, there you go. Now you have your answer, Yami Kasara. If you don't want it to happen, then it absolutely is present in the Shadow Realm. Shadow Realm is a cornucopia of darkness, doubt, and everything that you don't like. So yes, we have plenty of central heating, but it's only pointed at you. I jest, of course. I certainly would love to see this Reaper of the Cards deck that you have planned. If not this stream, then perhaps another. I see that you're up to your old tricks again. I promise you that I will not fall for them so easily. While you might be attempting to restrict my attacks and to do 500 damage, play your next cards wisely. I draw for turn. First, I'll inspect one of these cards. And then, I will go ahead and thank our latest follower, Keystone. We appreciate your support. I can only activate one of the powerful effects of Archfiend Eccentric once per turn, but I'll use it in order to get Dark Necrophere out of the jam that he's in. Legendary, it looks like you've discovered access to those emotes. Now my monster can attack uninhibited. I won't jam up my field because I want to be able to activate more spells and traps as they arise, so Dark Necrophere will attack and possibly end this duel. Are you prepared to lose everything? Instead, you're going to gain as many life points as I would have dealt damage, bringing you back to 4,000. With 4,000 life points, draw any card you wish. You're not out of the woods yet, Lioness. Stolas, it's true, with there's so many characters in Yu-Gi-Oh! That are so well celebrated, Bakura sometimes seeps into the background, the darkness if you will, which is funny considering that he is one of the most important characters throughout the entire franchise. Pegasus himself fails to contribute to the plot after Season 1, and Merrick does the same at the conclusion of the Battle City tournament. I see that you've used Trans Archfiend in order to set up a powerful play. Now you can add one of your banished Fiend monsters to your hand, and Sphere Kariba will allow you to dodge losing the duel. With that in mind, I'll set a powerful card, and then I'll attempt to attack. Will you waste your last hope on this Dark Necrophere attack, or maybe the next one? Ah, keeping it close to the chest, Lioness. I appreciate that. I end my turn. Exodia, you're too kind, one Bakura to another. And I don't mean that in the lecturing sense of a Yami Bakura to a light Bakura. I mean that in thanks. I draw for turn. I don't know what card you have in your hand, but I know that your fiends can still activate in that hand. So I'll increase my armies of darkness by summoning Doomdog Octhros to the field. It looks like the first bite is successful. Are you saving something? No. Then I hope that the combination of cards in your hand serves you well. 2 cards can mean a lot for a duel. Sometimes 1 can. But what have you got now? Seems you're summoning a monster in attack position. Hook the Hidden Knight. If targeted for attack, you change him to defense mode. And then you change the monster who is attacking to defense mode. How interesting. It looks like you can stop me, but I'm going to activate Karma Cut. By discarding one of my spare trap cards, I can banish your monster from the field before it even has a chance to activate its ability. Your life points grow ever smaller by the moment. That's fine, as long as the vessel that I currently inhabit allows me to continue to do what I do. Then Bakura can do whatever he'd like. As you well know, sometimes there's more than one Bakura on the playing field. What a wonderful rematch, Lioness. If we're lucky, we'll have time for another. But it appears that it's time for me to get revenge against Chris the King of Games. Perhaps now that he's shown how powerful his deck is, I would like to change for something that I have in store. Not a ritual deck. The only ritual deck I would like to use would be Dark Master Zork. But I have a funny little deck that I intend to use. Something that's full of cards that Chris has seen and... Honestly... Chris, this might be your comeuppance of cards that you yourself have gotten me to use. Prescriptions, you might say they are. We talked about that early in the stream, Aichi, that technically with this giant microphone, it might qualify as such. Oh, you're fine, Lioness. Experimenting is fun. And again, this is no tournament. I'll set a card and end my turn. Unfortunately, this deck is designed to go second, but going first. Hopefully, we can live long enough to use some of these powerful cards. See what you have. It appears you've switched your deck as well. I have no trap, so your Hoppy Lady will just destroy its own card. As long as I survive, we should be okay, but it just depends on what you do next. But by summoning Harpy Lady, you've ensured that you will have a spell to activate. You'll likely add Elegant Egotist to your hand and synchro summon out the Cyber/Harpy Lady. It appears that based on the coin flip, I'll likely lose. I'll keep that in mind. Again, the spirit of the Millennium Ring is hosted vessel upon vessel. If you remember properly in the anime, I used Anzu or Taya if you're watching the dub. Same can be said of Diva Ayagami and many other characters throughout the series. So what's one vessel when you can have more? It appears that my monster will go back to my hand. It all just depends on how many monsters you're able to bring to the field. But Harpy Oracle is special summoned, and its effect activates. With your Elegant Egotist card, it again depends on what you choose to attack with. It's time to battle. I'll take 1600 without issue. But it appears you have some sort of card in your hand. Again, you attack for 1600. I activate nothing. Now that you attack with your largest monster, who would take the remainder of my life points? And you'll activate Swallow's Nest. It appears that no matter what I had in my hand, you've predicted this. And by using Swallow's Nest and placing an additional card on the field, it doesn't matter that this Karibo can be used to stop this attack. Because 1400 from the Harpy Lady is enough. Looks like you're called the King of Games for a reason, Chris. Well then up next after Chris is going to be Neonu Vox. This deck was specially made to torture souls. And I don't believe that Vox would want to play against it. So I'll turn back to the deck we were using before. Unfortunately, I will not be able to spell the Destiny Board message today, but maybe when Master Duels comes out and I can use all of the goodies the TCG allows me, we'll come back to basics. Vox, if you want to show me a new era of dueling, I'm absolutely prepared to see it. Ideally, Dark Master Zork will allow me to inhabit every spirit and soul and all the different things that you might inhabit at one time. One vessel is just as good as another as long as the shadow game progresses. How interesting. I cannot tell if it is Ojama's. It also looks like I have a very vile and despicable card to set. I end my turn. I see Exodia the one that you've unlocked a new emote. Use it wisely. I also see that Black Whirlwind is on the field. This is going to be an interesting duel indeed. I will respond with no cards at all, however you're going to be able to search out 2. Unless I can do something, and I can't. No response, and no response at all. Zephyros the Elite is coming to get us. As well as Orochi the Squall. How interesting. By normal summoning another Blackwing, you can now search anything under 1700 attack. That means you could use Gale or any other combination of wonderful small Blackwings. I look forward to meeting this powerful Emperor of Archfiends. You certainly have wielded them well before. I'm excited to see how this chess game will continue. I never noticed Shocky NA that you had shock-themed emotes. How wonderfully appropriate. In the same way that you intend to take a bite out of any of your opponents, let's see if I can snack on some of the effects that Vox activates. Alright, here's the Blackwing. You've special summoned a monster, but it doesn't appear that you're going to activate any of your effects. Now you've special summoned an additional monster. Vox again, just like the Destiny board, just like the Dark Sanctuary. We're going to add a little bit of extra game material. And so now again you are called to flip a coin. Now you will not likely lose the duel if this coin flip is wrong. At least it'll give me a chance to survive. It wouldn't be a Bakura deck unless it tested the patience of the opponent. And again, the effect is negated and I'll take the powerful monster you control. Now, I can't do anything with it. And by activating the effect of your Blackwing Gale the Whirlwind, you can reduce this monster down to a manageable amount. I actually do see that now. The other thing I see is that I need to sign up for the Duel Link podcast and thank it. Thank you for following, my friend. I'll certainly take a look at your content when I have time. I imagine you don't have a name like that casually speaking. Now you brought up Assault Blackwing Chidori. And you can use the effect of your Blackwing Zephyros. By taking 400 points of damage, you've actually increased your position. And you also have Blackwing Gale, who can further reduce the attack of this monster. Sometimes you just have to play through it. My head judging will do nothing further for the rest of the turn, so it's possible you can win the duel in this moment. In fact, by sending your powerful card to the graveyard, if you could power up your monster just a little bit more. How interesting. I absolutely think that I've lost this duel. Now that I'm about to take 3,600 points of damage, if Bora the Spear is big enough, on this face-down monster I'll lose. I have 300 points left, and I'll use the effect to add this back. It all depends on what you want to do next. It appears that I'm still in this duel. I'll send your Blackwings back to the deck unless you have... I thought so. Your Forbidden Lance will be armed in the hands of your Armor Master. While his attack will go down, it'll still be enough to reduce my life points and, unfortunately, end this duel. Doesn't it feel better, Vox, to be able to get through everything, including my powerful trap? After Neonu Vox is my rematch with Ziggy, also known as Queen. So I will page Ziggy because I do not see them sitting down unless I am blinded in my own greed to steal as many souls as possible. It absolutely is a powerful card. I ask Vox, why do you think more people do not activate that card in more duels? Is it because there are just too many 2-ofs that other decks would need? I'm starting to think that I actually want to play it on a routine basis. I don't see Ziggy, And so with Ziggy not available to duel or respond, it would appear that the next person would be Light Soul. Well then, my friends, it's time to duel again. Maybe I'll have better luck this time. Life Point Boost A. Activate. Alright, how interesting. Now, I've never had this opening against the DDD deck before, but now I'll summon Doom Caliber Knight. It'll negate the first effect you use and perhaps slow you down. However, even if it was a DD Swirl Slime, you'd still be able to activate the second effect in the graveyard. Perhaps I might be in trouble after all. I see that you're using the Dark Contract. What powerful Fiend monster will you grab from the deck? I see. DD Orthrus, which counts as a spell and trap. Are you going to perform a powerful Pendulum Summon? 3 and 8, the scales are set. Is it time for you to Pendulum Summon? Monsters between levels 2 and 7 could be brought to the field, and that does cover a number of DDDs. It appears you are going to Pendulum Summon. A single monster, the DD Supreme Kaiser. Supreme Kaiser's effect activates, but Doom Caliber Knight will negate and destroy. And because your monster, while it gets a Pendulum Summonable effect, it was never on the field to begin with to negate the effect of my Doom Caliber Knight. Now I see you're going to use the Orthros effect. Oh, I thank you for the bits. I appreciate it, Mage of Ancients. I lost my card, but it doesn't mean I've lost this duel. How interesting. I think to offset your ability to target these cards, I'll activate my Archfiend Eccentric as a pendulum spell. Then, I'll use its effect to destroy one of your spell or trap cards, and I'll get rid of the very thing that stopped my Drowning Maraforce, your DD Octhros. I see that you have another Dark Contract with the Gate. How interesting. Yosenju are quite the powerful cards, and they saw a lot of play in the Duel Links Invitational. Perhaps you can do better with them than I did. That said, I still very much love that deck. I see that you brought out Orthros again. By cycling through your Orthros, you are managing to get through all of my most powerful cards. And so now I cannot use my Floodgate Trap Hole to stop your powerful Pendulum Summon. How unfortunate. I eagerly anticipate what you can do against my 5,000 life points, but if there was ever a deck that could do it, it would be the Different Dimension Demons. If you ever wondered what the DDD stands for, that is what it stands for. I did well. The tournament was merely for fun, but I did place 4th, which placed me above a number of powerful duelists, but my duels were legendary. The duels I had against Tombox, members of Team APS, and duelists I had never played before were absolutely fascinating. In fact, one of those specific duels was against someone in which they did not have an interpreter. It was a member who spoke Portuguese from Brazil. And it was such a fascinating duel because all we could do was sort of make emphatic noises at one another. And that shows you that each of you duelists speak a language unto itself, a language of duel monsters. And so, again, if I were to hold up a card, you might be able to know exactly what it does. And regardless of what language is your natural one, think about it. If you see this picture of Noxious Celtic Guardian, you already know what it does if you have experience with it in duel monsters. And so while we had our various Archfiend matchups, I could sit there and activate a trap card and just say, ta-da! And he knew exactly, oh no, what it is he was up against. That was probably one of the biggest treats of participating in the tournament, was playing against players I've never fought against. Because again, that is what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is about putting duelists against one another from different walks of life. So how interesting. Looks like Sharky was able to handle me quite handily. SSJ, let me know if you're ready. Oh, and Solus, we'll see you again. Oh, it is 2 a.m. Again, we've met duelists from all over the world through the stream, so it really was a treat in order to be able to play against duelists from around the world. Now that I see that SSJ is ready, I'm happy to play against you. Challenge. But I had an excellent time, and I look forward to participating in events like that again. If you want to watch the tournament in its entirety, you can see. And for those who didn't know what I'm talking about, or what I'm being asked about, I was on an official Konami stream just a few days ago in order to participate in the Arc 5 Duel Links Invitational. Some of your favorite content creators might have been on there, such as Team APS and Tombox, and various other creators from around the world, including people from outside the specific Yu-Gi-Oh sphere like Obigli, TCG Legends. I had a wonderful time, and you can see all of that and more if you go to the official Konami YouTube for the official Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. I see. I look forward to seeing what pieces you'll put on the chessboard, and so for that reason I get myself ready by setting 2 cards on the field and a face-down monster. Your move. I end my turn. Apparently you can't drink from a water bottle if the lid is still on. I absolutely did, Shocky, by the way. Synchro summoning Archfiend's Call is a powerful answer to all the different types of plays that I made. How interesting. Your Archfiend Cavalry. This card on the field is destroyed by a card effect and sent to the graveyard. You can target an Archfiend monster in your graveyard and then special summon it. Well, I tell you what I'll do nothing in response to your attack because I want to activate the effect of my Doomdog Octhros. It allows me to add Dark Necrofear from my deck to my hand. You might have thought it was safe to attack because I let you, but now I'll activate the Wall of Disruption trap card. I'm reducing the attack of your attacking monster to 0. Stygian Street Patrol would be quite good. I wonder if it is in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and I'm just not using it. I draw for turn. I set a card. Then, now that my monsters have the upper hand, I'll summon my obnoxious Celtic Guardian. This card I've stolen from Yugi allows me to prevent any of your powerful monsters from being able to destroy it in battle, but I can still attack you, and so I'll start by destroying your Archfiend Cavalry. After doing 1100 points to you, I don't have to worry about Cavalry's powerful effect of bringing back another Archfiend. One of the wonderful things about Twitch is there's no right time to stream. I see that you brought out your ace monster. Its original attack and defense is halved because you summoned it in that way. Ironically, I don't want to activate any trap cards because you've reduced its attack. Now I see that you're going to banish it and target a card on the field and destroy it. That's fine. The Archfiend cards are actually quite good. That's the problem with most people's perception of Yu-Gi-Oh! They only play the cards that are currently good, but there are many secrets hidden in the game. I see that you're willing to take 1400 points of life points in order to use Trance Archfiend, and add your powerful cavalry back to your hand. And you'll deal 100 points of life points to me as well. But you'll lose your Fiend at the end of the turn, so I draw for turn. I see that you're open, so I'll summon an additional obnoxious Celtic Guardian. I wouldn't steal just one, after all. I'll go ahead and attack you for 14. I feel insulated against your follow-up plays, but I see that you're activating Call of the Archfiend. Now you can target a level 5 or higher Archfiend and special summon it, and you can continue to do so throughout the duel. But because you've brought out something so powerful, I'll use the Floodgate Trap Hole and not continue my attack. I end my turn. Draw Sense Dark is interesting. With so many different dark monsters in your deck, what could you hope to accomplish? Whatever it is, you've decided to set it face down on the field. I draw for turn myself. Now I have an interesting card. I Tribute Summon to make Dark Ruler Hades. Knowing that you merely set your card, I'm not worried about it coming back with the effect of your Archfiend Trap card. So I'll destroy your monster and end my turn. I'm doing whatever it is that any time I would be out in the field. I'm trying to steal some souls. You're welcome to join us. I see that you've activated Heat Wave. I may not be able to normal summon any monsters. Oh, I don't need to get greedy. I end my turn. I would have been excited to summon. Unfortunately, you've created quite the conundrum. If I set my monster, it's not really going to do anything. By tribute summoning your summoned skull, now you're able to bring out the Archfiend Emperor. Now you're also going to be able to discard a card and destroy my monster. That places several fiends in my graveyard. And interestingly enough, I'll go ahead and discard Sphere Karibo. Now you might wonder why I wouldn't do that on the monster that was more powerful. Once he knows that I have Sphere Karibo, he may not want to attack me again to prevent me from using my powerful abilities. Now we can get some things done. I need to get rid of your Archfiend. Let's take a look at your graveyard for other powerful fiend monsters. It appears that's the only one that I need to worry about. So what I shall do is set a monster on the field, and then banish 3 fiends in order to special summon the monster that will cause your demise. Introducing yet again, Dark Necrofear. Now I'll enter the battle phase, but instead of destroying your weakling summoned skull, I'll attack your most powerful monster and take 800 points of damage. As I enter my end phase, I'm able to steal your most powerful monster. And now I have the Archfiend Emperor, the first Lord of Horror. Who better to wield such a card than I? It appears you came equipped. By simply drawing a powerful card, I might end up losing this duel from your Cosmic Cyclone. My Doomdog Octos will allow me to add another Dark Necrofear to my hand. However, it doesn't matter. Now you can attack me directly, and I've gotten more than I bargained for. How unfortunate. Well, it does appear that the Archfiend Emperor knows whose allegiance he has sworn to. That would be you. Dueling duelists we haven't yet. Let's turn our sights on Legendary. Legendary, when you're ready, please have a seat. Seeing that it's Halloween, wouldn't hurt to have a little bit of candy to continue to fuel our quest. Legendary is AFK, we might have to move on to the next duelist. Ah, I see that you have decided to have a seat. I see that. Now I wonder what we're doing with this Esperoba character. Let's see what Esperoba has in store for us. This time I set a card. Then I'll set a monster face down defense position and I end my turn. Apparently you have a card in your hand that you can activate before you even draw? No, you were just lagging on your draw phase, but you'll activate the Golden Castle of Stromberg. Is that a wise decision in a deck that's purely built in order to keep you away from all of my attacks? I see that you summoned Prinzessin. How interesting. I think that people who do not like candy corn do not appreciate the era that it was made in. It's a traditional Halloween snack, and while it isn't sweet, it is Halloween candy. You know me, I'll never say no to anything, and that applies to candy corn as well. I see that you'll attack me directly, however, I'm still able to reduce the attack of your monsters. So while you were able to reach me, you'll reach me for nothing. I draw for turn. I'll set another card. I'll also set another monster, and watch as you continue to do my job for me. Go ahead and banish 10 cards from your deck during your standby phase. You'll be ever the more close to losing. I also see that you're activating Raigeki Break. I would say that if it was between the two, I would prefer Black Licorice. But candy is as candy does. I see you've drawn for your turn, and there go 10 of your precious cards. Next turn, you'll use the last 11, and all I need to do is survive just a little longer before ending this duel. I wonder what those 10 cards turned out to be. I see that you have Grenmaju Daeza, but unless it can attack directly, what hope do you have against the onslaught of defenses I have? You could attack directly for 0 with Prinzessin, but other than merely showboating, I'm not sure what you'll accomplish. I assure you that the level of sugar that I've intaked on the stream is legendary, and I've been consuming nothing but caffeine and candy for approximately 10 years straight. Appreciate your concern of my health, but I only consume, effectively, sugar and liquid. Another direct attacker, how interesting. By combining your 2 level 3s, you have access to Nightmare Shock. You'll hit me for 2,000 directly, but I'm still fine as long as I can hang in there. I draw for turn. How interesting. I'll set a card. Then I end my turn. Draw the last of your cards and banish the rest. Unless you're holding a mystical space typhoon, it appears that you're about to deck out. Now it just depends on your Nightmare Shock. How interesting. Glyph the Phantom Bird appears on the scene and allows you to destroy a powerful spell and trap. I'll activate the effect of Head Judging. Now if you call this coin flip wrong, I'll have one more defensive monster. Never say never until the last card is played, but I will say that I'm absolutely confident coming into the rest of this duel. I'll negate your monster and take it over. I know that you'll attack my life points directly, but with the extra 1,000 I started with, it appears that I have sealed my own fate. A positive one. You may be able to beat any other duelist with one of those von Schroeder brother tricks, but you can't beat me. I see that you activate Fiendish Chain. Are you just showing off the cards that you have? Aichi, unfortunately those are one of my favorite foods, but if I couldn't eat them tomorrow for the rest of my life, I would survive, as would many other duelists. Candy corn has an interesting baked taste. I could not describe it. It's certainly something that you have to experience for yourself. Similar to the way that experiencing the terror of reaching for a card and not having anything, you would have to experience for yourself. What a wonderful game. Alright, turning my attention again to the duelists we haven't dueled before. It looks like Emperor, you're up next. Emperor, if you'll set your mighty guitar down, I'm happy to play you. Although the song of the Shadow Realm doesn't sound nearly as sweet. Thank you for your time, perhaps your soul. It's very much just a little bit of sugar and taffy. But I think that people are just excited to say that candy corn isn't something that's their favorite because it's a popular thing to say. Was it ever any interesting? Perhaps not. But I don't feel like the level of candy corn hatred was that which it was many years ago. Alright, Emperor, it looks like you're turning the DDDs against me. Let's see what this clash of the fiends has in store. Ah, I see you brought out your Triple D Doom King Armageddon and Triple D Chaos King. Will you perform the Pendulum Summon? Because currently your monsters are the same level in scale. 4 and 4, between those two numbers is no whole number. I draw. The good news for you is that I'm setting just a few cards in the field. I will set these particular cards just in case. That said, it is not the end of this duel. I'll attack for 1400 and end my turn. I see that you're ready to make a dark contract with the gate. And now you've grabbed the DD Swirl Slime. Perhaps you hope to make a monster that will get you out of this situation. Depends on what combination of cards you have in your hand. I see that you wish to use the DDD Dragon King Beowulf. Maybe perhaps to get rid of my powerful face-down cards, but I assure you it will not be that easy. You still have the face-down card, but whatever shall you do? I see that it's time for your monster to show itself. I make no response. 3,500 over 14 may be a lot, but it won't end this duel. And then I end my turn, or rather you end yours. Seeing so many fiends, I almost thought that was mine. I'll turn my monster to defense mode and set an additional card. Then I end my turn. You may have a powerful monster on the field, but you will begin to lose life point after life point if you cannot get rid of your own contracts. I guess that is the benefit of the bargain. Dark contract with the gate might allow you to add another fiend. What are you going to do to get out of this situation? You've set a card. And you're about to end your turn. Well, then I shall draw. Needing to play no additional new cards, I end my turn. Now it's up to you to figure out what it is you need to do. How interesting. By using Kepler's effect, you bounce that card back to your hand. Now you are no longer in range of decking out, or range of destroying your own life points. Culturally speaking, Aichi, it's important to remember that Halloween is not necessarily a holiday that is celebrated in every country, let alone is it universally celebrated in this country that I believe we share. I end my turn. You may not be in a great spot, but I have no way to conquer your life points, and so I just wait it out. That said, if I'm able to survive for the next 17 turns, I might very well deck you out. I see that you've summoned a low-level tuner monster. You're also activating your other effects. You've increased the attack of your monster by 1400. A worthy gambit in order to get past my obnoxious Celtic Guardian, but by activating Fiendish Chain I can negate your attack, because your monster no longer can declare any attacks. Its effects are also negated. I draw. Doesn't seem like I need to do anything else, and so for that reason I end my turn. Is there anything that you can do? Only time shall tell. You've tributed a monster in order to bring that powerful beast out. But between these two monsters, you're still not going to be able to get by. I draw for turn. How interesting. I actually end again. Prepping things for the rest of our evening. Doesn't seem like there's anything that you can do at this moment, but I promise you that I'm happy to give you more turns. It's funny, every now and again players who join this stream will sit and say, hey, can I have another move? Ordinarily the decks that I create are not equipped for such, but with this particular deck I can sit here and allow you to do whatever it is that you want. Now I know what the answer is to get out of this particular situation, but it all just depends on you. This particular deck is relatively gifted at getting out of the jam that I put it in. I'm sure in the 14 cards you had left, you should be fine. I draw for turn. With all these monsters in my hand, I actually still cannot play any of them. And so for that reason, my hand exceeds the maximum limit. How interesting. Your Triple D human resources not only allow you to keep your deck relatively healthy, but you're also able to clear out zones that might be clogged. You might have actually figured this out. Never say never until the last card is played. Now we just have to wait to see what happens next. You also are able to stack your hand in just the perfect order. Why, thank you, Kurasu-chan, and welcome to the stream. If you'd like to lose the last of your life points or possibly deck out, I'd be happy to play you. If you'll join the duel room, if you look, my destiny board is spelling out a message at the bottom right corner of the screen that will allow you to enter. By entering that code, why, thank you for the follow. I will do nothing in response to that card. We're still hanging in there. Oh, just a little bit jammed. I promise you that this deck is not necessarily a melodious OTK deck, although if you aren't as gifted as you say, you may not know what I was referring to. It is not a deck that would be used for competing to the top of the King of Games ladder, but merely something in order to give you a decent challenge in order to entertain yourself with. How interesting. Sending in a small monster would ordinarily destroy Obnoxious Celtic Guardian, but I'll use my Sphere Karibo to place another Fiend in the graveyard. I draw for turn. I see that I need to continue to stack the odds in my favor, and so for that reason I banish the only 3 Fiends I have. And special summon the one that will cause your demise. Dark Necrofear in all its glory once again. My defenses are stacked exactly in the way that I choose, and so for that reason I end my turn. Even if you get rid of my obnoxious Celtic Guardian, however will you deal with my next monster? I do see that you're using your monsters in order to loop your dark contracts, and therefore you won't take 1,000 damage. You've set another card on the field. I appreciate that you're having a good time. I hope that it won't be the last stream you ever watch. Powering up the monster to 3100 may not be the worst idea, however. It all depends on what happens next. I have no response for your attacks, however. You might have gotten a little greedy at this juncture. Now I activate Drowning Mirror Force, returning more cards to your deck. Your life points are mine for the taking as long as I'm able to draw a monster card. The duel continues. You didn't think I'd make this easy, did you? That said, my Dark Necrophere's effect activates, but I have no monsters to steal from you. I can only play a few more cards, so I must make the correct decision. I think what I shall do is set the most flexible card that I have, and then summon Doomcaliber Knight. Depending on whatever you have face down, this could be the end of the duel. DDs, or double Ds as they're called, are not known for their defenses, but it appears that you are. By discarding Pendragon, you are able to get rid of and banish my Doomcaliber Knight. And apparently at least one other card. You activate DD Recruits. Because I control more monsters than you, you can target any number of DD or Dark Contract cards in your graveyard and add them to your hand. Now you can effectively add whatever it is that you need, so I must depend wholly on the 2 face-down cards I have and nothing more. Well, your move. Whatever will it be that's next? Is this your last turn? Perhaps? Your graveyard is roughly empty as far as a DD player is concerned, and you're setting a monster gives me little pause for thought that you may be in a jam. I draw myself. Having no monsters on the field and no spots in which to summon additional monsters, I'll go ahead and end my turn. No new spells can be played, no new traps can be played, so there's nothing left I can do. We shall see. How interesting. I think what I'll do is activate Head Judging. Now you must call this coin flip right, and if not only are your monster's effects negated, but I'll take control of them. And I certainly could use a monster. Heads is selected, but unfortunately it's tails. So due to my well-known luck, you won't summon a monster and I'll finally have a body on the field. Now that I control a monster, I'll tribute it. I didn't steal Double Dimension Night Howl for any other reason but to tribute it for Dark Ruler Hades. Now I can destroy the monster you have by battle, and if I do, it negates any effects that you have in the graveyard. I battle. I attack. Your Wing Karibo is negated. But unfortunately, I wouldn't even have any monsters on my field anyway in which to take advantage of that negation. After we get done playing the people who haven't been played once, we'll go back to the top of the line and reward those who were here early by engaging in a third game. I see that you've gotten another Pendulum monster, but your scales are 4 and 6. You actually have a level 5 monster? Double Dimension Pandora, or DD Pandora, is summoned to the field. How interesting. When destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, or when the card in possession is destroyed by an opponent's card effect, you can draw 2 cards, as long as you control no cards. Its effect does not apply, so there's no reason to do anything fancy. Let's see how far we can go. I see that you have not responded to my summon, and so for that reason, I attack. Ah, you're going to use the Dark Contract. I had a sneaking suspicion you had something of value. As a result, you'll target that monster. I will save this all-important card and leave my monster in attack mode. Now I'll end my turn. I see that you continue to reset your cards so that you don't lose life points. How fascinating. It appears that you prepared for the long haul after all. I'm waiting. You could certainly Pendulum Summon another level 5 card, and maybe open the overlay network at that. What will you do? How interesting. That being the only card that you summoned, I have a funny feeling that maybe now is the time. I'll discard a spare copy of Head Judging, and banish your monster before it can activate its powerful effects. How interesting. I draw for turn. Am I losing the deck out race? Not yet. I must make a decision. Set this card because it is the most likely to be activated, and then I'll switch my monster to defense position. I assure you that this deck is crafted so that all skill levels have an opportunity in which to strut their stuff. But if you don't want to play, that is absolutely your decision. I'll set an additional monster and end my turn. Looks like you've drawn. That said, I'll go ahead and use my Floodgate Trap Hole in order to flip that Berthamet down. I understand why you would like to use it, but I cannot allow it to happen. I'll draw for turn. Unfortunately, though, now you control 2 monsters, and having been familiar with this particular deck, I know that that is its win condition. I'll set an additional card, and I end my turn. You may think that Joey is something of disparagement, but need you remember that, honestly, he's not that terrible of a duelist. He got 3rd place in a number of respectable tournaments, including Battle City. Well, top 4. I'll activate my Floodgate Trap Hole and turn your Tribute Summon into another face-down monster that isn't going anywhere. I draw for turn. Now, I'll set a card and set an additional monster. Know that this deck was created to prey on your every weakness, and I see that the Different Dimension Demon deck is all about having multiple monsters. You can keep all the monsters you want, but as long as I set them face down in the field, they aren't doing anything. I draw for turn. Having no cards to play, I end my turn. Great Yugimoto also said that the duel isn't over until the last card is played, and so while I seem like I'm perfectly in control, you never know what's going to happen in a moment. see. I draw for turn. Not needing to activate any new cards, I end my turn again. I have 6 cards left in my deck and 5 in yours. Looks like the message isn't needed for this deck. Because in 5 turns, you'll draw all 5 cards and lose this duel. I draw for turn. Seems like I don't need to play anything still. I end my turn. I see that you brought your Pendragon. I activate my effect. Now again the game tilts wholly on luck. What coin flip shall you call? You selected Tails. Because I cannot take possession of your monster, it is destroyed instead by game mechanics. This is a wonderful demonstration of everything that this deck can do, but unfortunately it looks like in this situation it's just not enough. That said, I know you fought valiantly, Emperor, so do not despair. The only despair you'll need is when you're in the Shadow Realm. Seems that you've been able to synchro summon Triple D, Gust King Alexander. How interesting. 2,500 attack points. Oh, how interesting. Allows you to summon additional monsters. I regret to tell you that I had Wall of Disruption, so now I can reduce the attack of your monster. You may not think that's valuable, but I assure you, anything I can do to slow you down is my goal. How interesting. I'll normal summon my Archfiend Eccentric. And now I see you use your DD Chaos King. You'll target your Pendulum monsters and be able to surprise me with a new monster. Now that you've surprised me with a new monster, your Gust King Alexander should activate. And you'll have the ability in order to special summon an additional DD. That said, I'm going to use my head judging. We'll certainly go as long as we can, Lioness, but I cannot guarantee anything. I see that you selected heads. Unfortunately, it is tails. Now I'll activate my monster's effect, Archfiend Eccentric, to destroy your Chaos King Apocalypse. And I will set one additional card. You didn't think I was going to make this easy, Gnarly, did you? This deck, unfortunately, has all the answers. It just depends on what combination of cards we draw, just like any good duel. Ah, I see that you're using the Forbidden Contract. I'll draw for turn. Now I'll summon Doom Caliber Knight. I technically could end the duel here, but it looks like your Dark Contract will prevent me. With your Dark Contract, you're destroying your own card. Does that mean you're throwing in the towel? No, it appears you had Drowning Mara Force the whole time. You're clearing out the Dark Contract so you don't lose all of your life points. You can even do it again. Now you'll summon the Tuna Monster Dark Night Howl. How interesting. I'll activate Head Judging. It all depends on what you have. Show me your mastery over the powers of darkness by calling this coin flip right. Tails is selected, but unfortunately again, luck is not in your favor. And so I take your monster. You did everything in your power, played every card, and yet, I end my turn. Fortunately, it's time for you to go to the Shadow Realm, my dear friend. What an exciting duel. Might have to take a few of these and be able to broadcast them on my YouTube channel. You'll have to stay tuned to find out which of the duels are selected. Soul of Kaiba appears at your next challenge. Well, maybe it's time to run offerings to the doomed. By sacrificing your draw phase, you could have destroyed one of my monsters, and as a result, we would have had a tie. 49 turns, that might be the last and longest duel I think I've ever had. Longest lasting, I should say. I set a card, and I end my turn. I have a much different starting hand, so let's see what Soul of Kaiba has. You're fine, Gnarly. Remember, some duels are for entertainment's sake, so I think everyone had a decent time. Why, thank you, Light Angel Soul. I typically do upload some of my favorite cosplay highlights from this stream. So just saying. Perhaps you will see a few familiar faces as I highlight some of the best duels on a later video. I cannot let you gain life points, so for that reason I activate Floodgate Trap Hole. I see that you're using your Savant Newton in order to add one of those monsters back to your hand. Now you can normal summon your DD Night Owl and still put a powerful monster on the field. The level of the Savant Newton is 7, so we're likely to see a gust here. You're also setting 2 cards. But what else will you do? Here comes the Gust King Alexander. I don't know what those traps will do, but I know that the monster is very powerful. So I'll put it in defense to save my life points, a 3,000 point bill. I draw for turn. I need to be able to get rid of each of these cards, so this is what I shall do. I'll start by activating the Pendulum effect on my Archfiend Eccentric. Let's get a bird's eye view of the field in order to properly figure out what we want to target. I'll activate my Archfiend Eccentric, and we'll shut down your Dark Contract, rather than burn you point by point. I see that you're activating Dark Contract with the Witch, however you don't have a card to discard in order to activate it. Then, I'll normal summon my monster. Now I have Archfiend Eccentric. 2 Archfiend Eccentric effects in a single turn? I'll destroy your monster and set a single card. Even if you draw a DD or a contract, you must make the decision whether or not you want to push forward or destroy my face down card. I see! Contract procrastination! You'll let these stacks of contracts pass up so that I no longer have the ability to watch your life points drain bit by bit. And now you'll also use the Golden Castle of Stromberg. By skipping your standby phase, you won't actually lose any of the cards in your deck. I feel like I've seen this strategy recently before. Now with Glyph the Phantom Bird, you're able to do that, but I activate my head judging. Just like Gnarly Emperor, I challenge you to figure out what it is that the coin's side will flip on. You selected Tails and got it! And so now I shall take 1,500 points of damage from your attack. This duel might be far shorter than the other one, and I am left to draw but a single card. I draw. Ah, this card might have been too little too late. I might be losing this duel in quick order. As you skip your standby phase again, you no longer have to pay the bill. So again, no 1,000 points of damage, and no 10 cards from your deck. I take 1,500. I'll draw for turn. Now I'm able to summon my Doom Caliber Knight, which may be the only card that's capable of rescuing me from the situation. But I'm no fool. I won't attack into the Golden Castle of Stromberg, as I would lose my monster. I do hear the Shadow Realm is lovely this time of year. You'll find out. You discarded a contract in order to get rid of my monster, and then activate the effect of your Golden Castle of Stromberg. If you're able to produce another monster with just a few hundred attack points, I'll lose. Because it is what it is, I must activate my trap card. I'll Floodgate Trap Hole, keeping another one of your monsters on the field. But I am running low on options and life points. I'll take 1,500 directly. It all depends on this. I draw a card, and unfortunately the card that I used to laugh at all my previous opponents is what is going to allow them to laugh at the revenge that's gotten on their behalf by Soul of Kaiba. Again, contract procrastination, no life points, no cards from the deck are released. Nothing is happening. And so I believe I'm going to lose. I can do nothing. Only activate my head judging just to reveal the fact that I have nothing to do. I might lose this duel after all. Making additional plans as we get ready to lose this duel, because there's no way that I have out. There just isn't. There's no cards in my hand, no cards in my field. Have this wonderful Bakura moment where he looks down and he just sees that there's nothing, because that's where I'm at. And you can even fuse your powerful monsters into Triple D Wave Oblivion King Kaiser Ragnarok. And so that's it. Unless you wish to laugh me off, any of the attacks with the monsters on your field will end me. It's over. It can't be. How can I lose to the likes of you? Well, we all know the secret. It's because you're quite the duelist. Well, very good, Legend of Stardust. The only person I haven't played in the room before is Jesus, and so after I duel him, if there's no new challengers, we'll go back to the beginning. We'll see how many duels we can fit in before the witching hour strikes, and this night is over. Ah, it appears that you intend to feel the flow. Well, I feel the flow of darkness through me, and I'll use it in order to protect myself from your powerful Xyz monsters. I think I'll set the number of cards. In fact, I'll set everything, committing it all to the field. I end my turn. You might think of it as a 2v1, but Bakura effectively is a 2v1 as well, because whatever body the spirit of the Millennium Ring possesses, I am equipped for it. I see that you're acting a field spell, Onomatopoeia. Each time a Utopia monster is special summoned, you place a high 5 the sky counter. All monsters you control gain 200 attack and defense for each high 5 the sky counter. Once per turn, you can remove 2 and special summon a Zubaba, Gagaga, Gogago, or Dododo from your deck. What an amazingly powerful card that I haven't seen too much play of. I see that you have relatively two powerful materials, and now you're making the Insector Exobeetle. Do you dare make a digital bug rhinoceros against me? You're attacking instead. Well, I say thee nay. I'll send that monster back into the deck and send your Xyz materials to the graveyard. I'll set an additional card and end my turn. Again, Bia, the way that you become better at this game that you seem to love so much is to continue to play against others. You can't sit on the sidelines forever. And the more you duel, the better you'll get. Think about some of the initial duelists in the series that aren't quite as great as some of the others. The more they duel, the more powerful they are. I see that you have two Dododo witches. You'd have to make a Utopia, but if you made a Utopia, we might be in for quite the rush. Now the question is, do you intend to summon any monsters? No, you are. You're going to place a high 5 counter on the field. I assume that the next monster is likely the Chaos Utopia. Number C39. Is that who's next? I see. Well, you're quite the commendable fiend yourself, then. Now that there's a Chaos Xyz evolution, there's another high 5 the sky counter on the field. Now you can remove 2 of the materials in your graveyard in order to maybe combine the Gagaga sister and make a powerful new monster. I could think of Zombie Stein as one such monster, but you're using Reverse Breaker. Reverse Breaker will allow you to attack and then target a spell or trap I control. How interesting. Now you'll summon another powerful monster, and this time it's Exobeetle. Exobeetle's effect activates. You'll draw a card and attack directly. What are you targeting? Would it surprise you if I decided that I didn't want to activate that card? Because I want to use this. I have to conserve every single card I have because your Xyz monsters allow you powerful tools. And I'll need to set this powerful card and summon this. Ordinarily, I would not stoop so low, but if I allow your Insecta to stay on the field, you'll have access to the Digital Bug Rhinoceros and be able to pierce the defense position monsters I have. There's Utopic Onomatopoeia. I'll activate the effect of Floodgate Trap Hold to set it face down on the field. And while I see that you're putting your monster in defense mode, it means that I'm starting to take turns the way that I intended. I end my turn. With only one slot available, I don't expect many Xyz summons. I'll go ahead and draw for turn. Seems like I have another powerful card to set, and so I will. I end my turn. If I can hold out for 18 turns, I might be able to cause a deck out, but I'm still not sure what it is that will do. Appears you put your monster in attack mode. Is that safe? I'll go ahead and activate Sphere Karibo and Wall of Disruption. Because I could not chain, I can still do what I need to do. Now your monster has 0. Glad to see you, Kira. Hope you're doing well. I end my turn again. How very cool. If you want to add me, Lioness, if you'll send me a request, I'll try to do my best to add you. I see. It looks like you want to go ahead and destroy an additional one of my cards. Unfortunately, I can do nothing but allow you to take 1200 damage. That does put you down to 14. I certainly hope that that face-down card allows you to protect the last of your life points. So I'm going to summon another monster. You're too kind. Nice to meet you as well. Can you stop? No. Unfortunately, if I remember correctly, your flow is all clogged up. What a wonderful game. Let me take a look at the duel room list. Alright, it looks like I can go back and start dueling those who are at the very top of the list and have been very patient from the beginning of the stream. Starting technically with Neo New Vox, if you're ready to duel. It might seem out of order, but technically Neo New Vox was the very first of the duels that we had besides Blaze. GG to you too, fam. Ah, my Valentine. I hope you've brought in a lucky coin with you. Because I'm still playing for keeps, old friend. Hoppy's hunting ground. You're too kind. Seems like you're going first. No, you're ending your turn without a single act? No. You just said my turn and I happened to misread that. My apologies. Perhaps you were inspired. Then I summon Doom Caliber Knight. And I'll set 2 cards. I enter the battle phase and attack. I end my turn. It's going quite well, Zigboratos. Hope your evening is going good as well. How interesting. Depending on what deck you're playing, you have a way to destroy my Doom Caliber Knight without even doing a single attack, without activating a single effect or spell. Interesting. Taking a look here, we are still on schedule. You're summoning a monster in attack position and activating a continuous spell. That said, I am wise to your abilities, so I activate Floodgate Trap Hole. By turning your monster face down, I'll be able to stop it. I imagine the conundrum, having known you so well. Forbidden Lance. That means you're going to reduce the attack of your monster. Would that allow you to search Orochi the Squall? Ah, I see! You want to activate the effect of your Blackwing Gale the Whirlwind. I'll negate it, but you have successfully outwitted my Doom Caliber Knight. Now that you control no monsters, you've actually done quite well for yourself. You'll be able to normal summon this monster. You could add Orochi the Squall to your hand, and perhaps another. It all depends on what you do from here. So I'll leave it to you, Vox, to figure out my strategy. Everyone knows that Bakura is a fond friend of food. You need only turn to the episodes where he's scarfing down carbohydrates and proteins galore. Now it just depends. What shall you do? Don't overthink it. Just do it. I see that you have Raikiri the Rain Shower, and you're activating its powerful effects. Well, I assure you, you have gotten the best of me this time. That said, if my math is correct, I still have 200 life points in which I can survive in this duel. 400, excuse me. What can I do with 400 life points? Unfortunately, with few fiends in the graveyard, there's not really a lot. With only an Archfiend Eccentric, I might have been able to destroy your spells or traps, but I know when I can call my chips in, so I'll send myself. Good game, Vox. Alright, see who's next. It would be Flower Boy. I don't see that Flower Boy is sitting down. I will say that that Gale was skillfully played. I also see that Flower Boy isn't in the chat, so since Flower Boy isn't here, we'll have to pass him for now. Is Yusuke Yorame still here? Did an excellent job. No, Yusuke is not present. Seems that some people have fallen asleep. Well then let's see if Lioness is prepared for an additional duel. Lioness. Once I get done with some of these rematches, I'm happy to play against you, Zigbratos. Lioness. We'll just make Bakura icons so you know to pay attention. When then you're ready for a duel, my friend, please have a seat. While you're doing that, maybe I'll take a gander at my deck so those of you who wish to copy notes certainly can. So again, if you want to know all the tricks that I've been up to, take a look here. I think it might have crashed. There we go. Yes, it's doing some strange things indeed. Alright, I want to make sure that you know how I play this deck, so I'm going to do a few things, including pull the room code off the screen so that we can see everything. So again, this is how I play this particular deck. So, the goal of this deck is to effectively out-strategize the opponent and annoy their every move. And again, the purpose of the deck is not necessarily to win, but to make your opponent dreadfully unhappy. And so for that purpose, I am running 2 copies of Dark Necrofear, 3 copies of Doom Caliber Knight, 2 Archfiend Eccentric, 3 Sphere Karibo, a Dark Ruler Hades, and of course 3 obnoxious Celtic Guardians that I stole from Yugi, as well as 3 Doomdog Octhros, Head Judging, Fiendish Chain at 2, 3 copies of Drowning Mirror Force, 3 copies of the Drowning, 3 copies of Floodgate Trap Hole, 1 copy of Karma Cut, and 2 copies of Wall of Disruption. The extra deck is almost irrelevant because, as you can see from the trap cards, if you look up the effect text of each of these, it is meant not to win, but just to stall out your opponent until they become frustrated. With some of these powerful cards, of course, you can reduce your opponent's life points to 0, but more likely than not, you will negate every one of their effects, stall them out, and then be able to win this duel merely by causing them to lose. So again, I stress that. You're not trying to win in a rush. You're trying to savor the duel and annoy your opponent, just as the spirit of the Millennium Ring intended. So I hope that gives you a little bit of insight into how it is you can play this style of dueling without necessarily using every single one of my cards. Good luck in your future games. We're going to switch over here then and put this deck into action. And of course, thank you for following, by the way. Okay, so turning back, I know that Lioness has sat down, so it's time to duel. With every duelist excited to connect to the game at once, and more duelists playing this game than ever, unfortunately that comes at a cost, so there are a few errors that even I am subject to. Oh, and thank you, Dion, I appreciate that. Oh, and hello, Pentivan. Alright, let's see how this duel progresses, and will it go in the way that I intend? I draw for turn. There are a lot of different cards I could play, but I'm going to start with summoning Doom Caliber Knight, and then I end my turn. Your move. As you're aware, Doom Caliber Knight will sacrifice itself to stop any of your monster's effects, so choose wisely. I see you're using Dark Geroid. Well, Merrick, for the same reason, I'll negate its effect and destroy the monster. My life points are safe, and your monster is removed from the field. Alright, I'll set a card. Then, because I've grown wary of whatever it is that you might have face down, I'll activate Archfiend Eccentric in order to destroy that card. Appears that I've gotten rid of Rising Energy. We'll strike while the iron is hot. My Doomdog Octhros will attack your life points directly. Seems like your Sphere Karibo will protect those. Was it a waste, or did you put another Fiend in the graveyard? Why, thank you, Boma Squeaker. We don't always cosplay on this stream, but when we do, we try our best. You'll see that as you unlock various points, you can unlock subscriber emojis that represent various different characters that we've cosplayed on the stream before. Seems like that card you drew will not help you in any way, and so I tribute my Doomdog Oxthros in order to specially activate the ability and add Dark Necrofear to my hand. Now, my Dark Ruler Hades will attack your life points directly, reducing them to less than half. Proceed with caution. Nice hunting, Pentavin. I wish you the best of luck in when you open your packs. There's a lot of really powerful cards in that set. If I happen to not be online, you can always tweet or send me a message about what it is that you got. Dark Master Zork, you dare turn my card against me. I also see that you have 3 fiends in the graveyard now. Does that mean the Dark Necrofear is here? No, you're going to summon the Grand Tiki Elder. Well, I too can put fiends in the graveyard. By discarding my Sphere Karibo, I'll protect my life points and put your monster in its more vulnerable position. Why, hello, Alucard. Well, I'm glad to see that you're enjoying yourself. If you did, we've done a number of these cosplay streams before, including characters such as Maximilian Pegasus, Asta Phoenix, and other favorites. You might enjoy checking that out on my YouTube channel. But if you can't, we hope you enjoy your stay for now. Now I can banish 3 fiends from my graveyard. And so I shall summon the one that causes your demise, Dark Necrofear, in all of its glory, doll and all. For those of you unfamiliar with the trading card game, there was a period of time in which, well, not all of Dark Necrofear's nicer parts were on display, that being its doll and its ghastly innards. In fact, it was edited out of the anime to where you couldn't see any of that at all, and it was just holding nothing. I end my turn. Did you have any luck, though, Pentavin, with your booster packs? It seems that you're on the run. I'll draw for turn. Any other time, I wouldn't think to do this, but I've got to reduce your life points somehow, because if I don't, eventually you'll get the upper hand, Merrick. So I'll attack your Ritual Raven. I do see that you did want to use Dark Master Zork. I end my turn. You had your fun, Merrick, but by trying to integrate my strategies into your own, perhaps you've bit off more than you can chew, my old friend. You're activating Lightning Vortex. I can't do anything to protect my Dark Necrofear, but be careful with what you do next. Seeing that you have no cards, Dark Necrofear's effect will activate, but I'll claim nothing. So now it all depends on what I draw. It appears that the cards that I've taken from Yugi in Battle City will allow me to end this duel. I had a wonderful time, Lioness, and I hope you did as well. Enjoy your time in the Shadow Realm. I hear it's lovely this time of year. You'll find out. Bia, you must realize that some things are outside of the control of a company. Imagine that you are a little boy who is trying to plug up a dam, and so you put your hands over the water. Eventually that might spring another leak, so you must be kind to the people of Konami who are doing their best. GG to you too, fam. Alright, as I continue to close up some of these sets, I already know that Chris I have battled and he has won 2 out of 3. So the next person as I close the sets out would be Light Soul. Light Soul, are you ready for our final game in the 2 out of 3? I hope you do. Dueltainment is built for that intention. Light Soul, I see you're here. Time to find out if Kingdom Hearts is light or darkness. Oh, Bia, you're fine. Just remember that at every corporation, they certainly should strive to do better, but there are human beings who are under deadlines, orders, etc. Imagine yourself as a master programmer who just cannot create a program capable of keeping us all on at the same time because this game is so popular and fun. That said, It's not that difficult to reboot, and so I forgive them myself, but you are free to do so ever as you choose. I see that we might be fighting the Blue Eyes White Dragon, and so for that reason I set 2 cards and 1 defense position monster. You too are capable of setting defensive cards, and so with 2 face downs on the field, you discard in order to summon the very powerful Cosmo Brain. I'll activate Floodgate Trap Hold to set that Cosmo Brain onto the field to prevent you from doing anything further with it. I draw for my turn. I'll also set another card and end my turn. How interesting. I draw for turn. I know what powerful monster you have face down, but I'm more concerned about your spells and traps. So while I control nothing face up on the field and I'm not at risk of a karma cut, I will see if I can't snipe one out in advance. Looks like I got rid of Countergate instead. Your move. Looks like you're summoning a monster and you are going to be able to activate its effect. However, with interest in mind of preventing you from using another Sage with Eyes of Blue that may be in your hand, I will set it face down on the field as well. Now I may be setting myself up for an unfortunate tribute summon of the Blue Eyes White Dragon or Spirit Dragon, but we shall see. With 2 of your zones already clogged, it slows your path to synchro summons. I draw for turn. Now I have another monster that I can set as I prepare to likely face some sort of Blue Eyes White Dragon. Your turn, Kaiba. How interesting. The Protector with Eyes of Blue will activate its effect, but I have no response this time. Different Dimension Daemons are quite popular. Pentavin, did you get a chance to watch me on the Konami stream just a few days ago at the Arc 5 Invitational? If you did, you might be excited to see me play a few DDDs as well. I'll use the effect of my Octhros by the by in order to add another copy of Dark Necrofear to my hand. Well, then you might want to go turn that on when you get a chance. I end my turn. If you're looking for a link, you can pull up the official TCG. And so we wait. What shall you do with your powerful monster? Is your blue-eyed solid dragon willing to attack? Instead, you'll summon an Egyptian god? It seems like my days are numbered. Obelisk the Tormentor. It cannot be targeted by card effects. This awesome and all-powerful card is quite worrisome. Even more worrisome still is the fact that you're bringing out your Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon. With Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon and Obelisk on your field, you can destroy my face-down monster. So regardless of the fact that it was Obnoxious Celtic Guardian, it won't be able to protect me. You may be able to attack me directly for 4,000. And while Obelisk can't be targeted, it still is affected by cards. So be gone, God! I bow to no one! This duel is only getting started. I draw for my turn and set a card. But unfortunately, without having 3 fiends in my graveyard, I can do nothing. So I will end my turn. How interesting. You set, I set, and we do nothing. We'll try this on for size. I summon my Doom Caliber Knight. And enter the battle phase. You'd be surprised, all those of you talking about metal, that my tastes might be quite similar to your own. That said, I'm a little bit more of a punk rocker. Alright, Light Soul. I see you're going to use your Bingo Machine Go. It will allow you to search out various Blue Eyes cards, and then I have to choose against them. How interesting. Well, I'll choose that one, and send the other 2 Blue Eyes to the deck. Now, which did I send you? Was it Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon? It was! How interesting. Are you prepared? And if you are prepared, how shall I respond? I said so, Sharky, but it does appear that I'm having a good time. You yourself should know that every now and again, the fun is, well, it beckons you to continue. Did you put sunglasses on, Bakura? I absolutely think you put sunglasses. Garnered a real laugh out of me. Oingo Boingo is typically described as being new wave. My Doom Caliber Knight's effect activates and is going to take your monster. That must mean that the face-down card you have is worth protecting. I draw. Perhaps at a future Kaiba stream we might summon such a powerful card, but I've only cosplayed one monster before. And a spell card, technically. Now I'll draw for turn. I still do have other powerful cards to set, but I don't want to put all of my darkness into one pool. Oingo Boingo is absolutely delightful, and for those who didn't know, it is the band of the lead singer. Well, the lead singer is the voice of Jack Skellington's singing voice. So if you're enjoying Halloween, you probably would enjoy him as well. It appears that you're using your Sage with Eyes of Blue. No wonder you wanted to get rid of my Doom Caliber Knight. Why, hello, James. It is good to see you. And if you want to duel, you certainly can join the duel room. I see that you're summoning your your Dragon Spirit of White. With Dragon Spirit of White, you're able to get rid of my Drowning Maraforce. This duel is not boding well for me. Danny Elfman likely would appreciate to hear that people enjoy his music. Very interesting character himself, even beyond his composition and singing work. Let me take a quick look at my graveyard. Tell you what, I'll sport you the 300 life points. If that's all you wish to do, that's fine. Is that the end of your turn? I'll activate Sphere Karibo and use its effect to turn your monster to defense mode. It certainly is a 2021 kind of conversation, isn't it? Another Dragon Spirit of White is appearing and therefore getting rid of my card. How unfortunate, although it is uncommon to see so many different copies of Dragon Spirit of White. I think we'll go ahead and special summon a powerful monster of my own. I'll put Dark Necrofear in defense mode. With its powerful defense, even if you synchro summon, I have nothing to worry about. It appears that you're using the Dragon Spirit of White to special summon the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Does your light truly erase the shadows of darkness? Then let us see if you have all the answers you'd hope for. I end my turn. And now you'll use your enemy controller to turn my monster to attack position. While you might be able to destroy it and cause damage to my life points, do not forget its special ability. By switching your tuner to defense mode, do you intend to keep it face up on the field? Why, thank you. It is certainly not my usual set of decorations. How interesting. I'll do nothing, and let the obnoxious Celtic Guardian continue to be the bane of Seto Kaiba. I'll also let you destroy my Dark Necrophere, and during the end phase I'm allowed to take control of one of your monsters. So I take the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Then I draw for turn. Now I'm able to normal summon Doom Caliber Knight. I also can perform a powerful Xyz summon. No monster will be more powerful than Doom Caliber Knight. I'll attack you with the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Now you do have 2 cards face down on your field. Perhaps you'd like to activate one of them. And you do. It's Wall of Disruption. I'll take 1900 points of damage. Well then, I end my turn. Now I have an interesting combination of cards in my own hand that I think is going to keep me in the duel, but only time shall tell. I see that you're trying to use the White Stone of Ancients. To get your powerful Blue Eyes White Dragon back to your hand, I have a funny surprise for you. Its name is Doom Caliber Knight. Now I no longer need to fear my low attack monster being on the field. You didn't think it would be that easy, did you? I see that you have Maiden with Eyes of Blue. You could do a powerful Synchro Summon, but that is of course up to you. I see also that you passed your turn. With 6 cards left in the deck, appears I can start the offensive again with Doom Caliber Knight. Doom Caliber Knight will go and attack your other monster. I end my turn. You have 6 cards remaining. In 7 turns, you'll have no cards to draw and lose this duel. Let's see how it goes. You end your turn again. Well, then I draw. Seems like I can go ahead and enter the battle phase. Let's remove this tuner from your field. As you can see, Maiden with Eyes of Blue activates its effect. However, Doom Caliber Knight will swing its mighty sword and strike fear into her heart, negating the effect and destroying your monster. Now you have only 6 turns remaining. I will say that the Dark Side of Dimension soundtrack is quite good. I needn't do much else, but I will still press forward. By banishing 3 fiends from my graveyard, I can summon another copy of Dark Necrophere. The more of your tools I take away, the closer I am to victory. So I'll end my turn. Now I can take control of your Dragon Spirit of White, although it is always treated as a Blue Eyes card. Now you have only 5 turns remaining. Why, thank you, James. I appreciate that it's not a bad Bakura costume. Maybe one day I'll create a good one. I tease and jest alone. Now there's only 4 turns remaining, Light Soul. Whatever shall you do? Interesting. I draw. What a powerful card I've drawn. I'll set it face down in the field. What is it? You'll find out, should you choose to attack. I see the ancient rules. You know them well. Another Blue Eyes appears, this time with a different art. But can you really banish the darkness? There's Blue Eyes White Dragon. I'll activate nothing. I still have 2,200 life points, so I'm not scared in the slightest. But you're ending your turn. I draw for my own. Now that you have a powerful monster enough, why don't I turn this to defense mode and end my turn? It's your move. I see that the Blue Eyes White Dragon is brave enough to attack. I guess there's nothing to it but to do it, seeing as you have no cards in your deck. If you cannot end my life points, the next turn all I need do is set things down. Why, thank you, Booma Squeaker. This isn't my first rodeo for certain, but it's nice to be back in action. Is that a fact? You surrender. That won't prevent the fact that next turn I was going to win, but Seto Kaiba would be the type to go on his own terms. Zorky Zork Zork. Had to slip in a little bit of Little Karibo's patented humor. I see that there are 2 duelists that have not dueled us yet. We'll duel them for the finale, but I want to make sure that I finish up the duels that we were set out to do to complete these 2 out of 3 sets. Flower Boy isn't present anymore, and so at this point, the only person who would be next would be, I've already completed this set, would be Queen. Let me see if Ziggy is here, and then we'll only be dueling duelists that we haven't dueled. It seems that Queen is not in this chat, and so that means at this point, we draw near the end. Zig Baratos, let's begin. You will have a seat, it's time. Zig Baratos, where have you gone? There you are. Oh, technically you would be. Flower Boy, you were the last person we were waiting on. So Flower Boy will be the last of the original 2 out of 3 sets, and then for the rest of the stream we'll only be dueling duelists we haven't played. Then finally we'll talk about what we're doing next week, where you might be able to find a few clips of this exciting adventure that we've been embarking upon this evening. Glad that you decided to come back, Flower Boy. I was starting to worry. I see the Red Eyes fusion. Okay, Red Eyes fusion allows you to bring out Red Eyes / Dragon. And you'll start by equipping it with a spell card, which means if I target it, I'll be in a little bit of trouble. However, I don't know that you are prepared for this, because all I need to do is set a single monster. I think I'm actually going to be in a pretty good situation. I set a card and end my turn. I have no response at all. Equip all the cards that you'd like. They won't help you against my obnoxious Celtic Guardian. And so it's my turn again. I draw. I will summon Doom Caliber Knight. Now check out this noise. I'll activate Archfiend Eccentric as a pendulum spell. Then I'll activate the effect of Archfiend Eccentric in order to target one of your cards. I will target the Amazona's Swordswoman to reduce the amount of cards you have. I see that you're using your Red Eye / Dragon's effect, but Doom Caliber Knight will allow me to negate and destroy that monster. Now that your Red Eyes is in the graveyard, you certainly can bring back one of your monsters. And you can use the effect of Red Eyes Black Metal Dragon. But the Black Metal Dragon itself will get you another Red Eyes fusion. How interesting, I get to keep my Archfiend Eccentric because technically you negated its effect. Or rather, it had no target to begin with. And so now I can turn my monster to attack mode and enter the battle phase. And so I'll certainly attack your Black Metal Dragon. You may activate its effect again if you choose. Why, thank you, Platinum Trophy Review. I appreciate your support as always, but this is not quite our usual stream format. I see that you want to summon another monster. I'm not worried about it in the slightest. I'll save my trap card for something else. How interesting. I think I'll protect my monster and increase the count of fiends in my graveyard by switching your Amazonas to defense mode. I'll draw for turn. How interesting. I'll set another card? No, let's see. Perhaps I will. I will set this card on the field. switch this to defense mode, and end my turn. Yes, I absolutely am. My eyes are not nearly this glorious. Typically, my eyes are as black as night, but tonight, only my heart is that black. You did get rid of my obnoxious Celtic Guardian, a feat that few have done. However, I'm able to summon my Doom Caliber Knight. Now, by entering the battle phase and clearing out that monster, I might lose 400 life points, but I'm perfectly equipped to take on the Red Eye Slash Dragon. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Don't worry, Zigbaratos. This isn't the last stream we'll ever play. I see that you have your Red Eye's Archfiend of Lightning. That does change things slightly. I'll activate my Floodgate Trap Hole then. Place your monster face down on the field. I'll draw for turn. Now, I caution you again, my friends. Never play 2 Doom Caliber Knights at once. The reason why is when one of your Doom Caliber Knights negates an effect. Unfortunately, the other Doom Caliber Knight will try to negate that one. I see you're trying to use your Red Eye's Retro Dragon. I will negate its effect and send it to the graveyard instead. I'll end my turn. Now I see that it's time for Red Eye's Fusion. That's fine. That totally makes sense considering the Duel Links is popular now more than ever. In fact, if you've been paying attention, you'll notice that there's a new announcement for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game or related merchandise every single day. There has never been a better time to be a Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan than now. Let's go ahead and draw. How interesting. I think we'll try something new. I'll set a card and end my turn. Your move, Flower Boy. We'll find out if it's your last. How interesting. Are you proceeding to your end phase just in order to summon more powerful cards? Well, then it's my turn. As I have more cards in my deck than you, I can play this game all day. I pass. You're still in your main phase. Now you decide you want to battle. We'll say goodbye to your Slash Dragon, at least for now. That means Orgoth the Relentless will go to the graveyard and you won't be able to use the powerful effect of summoning it via your Red Eye Slash Dragon. Now that I don't have to worry about negating targeted cards, I activate the Archfiend Eccentric's ability to destroy your face-down Floodgate Trap Hole, and I will set an additional card. That said, I think it's time to special summon my ace, so by banishing 3 fiends from the graveyard, I'm allowed to summon the monster that will cause your demise. Behold, Dark Necrofear in all of its glory. What this card lacks in appearance, it makes up for in Maternal Instinct, and it's going to protect my life points by destroying your monster as a result of battle. Ah, it seems that you want to use Wall of Disruption. Well, I caution you. Reducing the attack points of Dark Necrofear might be all according to my plan. I see. You're going to use the Claw of Hermos. Now, how interesting. What monster do you intend to send to the graveyard? Well then, it wouldn't be fair if I didn't do to you what I've done to everyone else. I offer you a choice. Heads or tails? Choose wisely, because if not, I'll negate your effect and take your monster. It looks like the sword is going to be wielded by me. Seems that you can boost your attack with dice. How interesting. That means that you can now destroy one of your own monsters. How does it feel to attack the Red Eyes Black Dragon sword? I have. The games are quite clever. I'll set a card, and then I'll put this monster in defense mode. I end my turn. I have quite the wall. Actually, if you noticed, if you're paying close attention, every time I drink, I actually set the voice back quite a few integers. So I have to be very careful not to drink too much fluid, or my voice will very easily be soothed. But with that in mind, that means that it's quite easy for me to be okay and recover. That is the TCG version. It's different than the version that we have in the anime, where they actually took the entire marionette out, and Dark Necrophia just stands like this. How interesting. I'll activate Fiendish Chain. I don't want you to use your Red Eyes Retro Dragon to destroy that monster. Try attacking with someone else. I draw. I summon the one that shall cause much conflagration. Now that I can destroy your Red Eyes Retro Dragon, or perhaps not, I'm going to lose 1,700 life points. How interesting. You have 8 cards left, but my life points are less than yours. I see Red Eyes Wyvern. Well, then what shall you do next? Yorick sees summoning a monster. Seems that my spells and traps might be locked up then. What shall you do then? Do you choose to banish one of my monsters? I activate the effect of Head Judging. Again, I offer you a choice and choose wisely. You chose heads and its tails, so I negate your effect and permanently take control of your monster. How interesting. I draw. Well, why not? I'll switch my monsters to attack mode and begin to reduce your life points. It seems that you have something in your hand. Boomer, what's important is not necessarily doing the voice. I have a couple of friends who always attempt to do it right after I do it, and I instruct them as follows. It's not just a gravelly voice, it's a certain bit of a song. Notice that every sentence that I make either ends in one of the following songs. It either asks a question, or it promises to be the last thing you'll ever do. If you notice when you go back to the series, Bakura effectively has only 3 songs in the same way that Maximilian Pegasus does. Seeing that I am confronted with your Red Eyes Wyvern, I normal summon this monster. But again, any difference between my own voice and Ted Lewis's, voice actor who plays both Bakura and a number of other characters, is eliminated, again, by singing the proper song. You'll notice that Ted Lewis also plays Bandit Keith and Jack Atlas and a number of other characters in the series. In fact, Bakura's voice, at least the Spirit of the Millennium Ring, and Jack Atlas's are quite similar, but by donning a different accent and singing a different song, you might almost not recognize that the 2 characters are one and the same person. Cadence is absolutely the correct word. I'm glad to hear that you are so knowledgeable. Now it gets interesting. I draw. You certainly should. Here's the thing, Pentavin. Not only could you have a little bit of fun the way that you and I are doing, but you would add another voice into your repertoire. That way, when you're in your next audition, take the song that you've learned and maybe the other voices that are in your repertoire and create a completely new character, the likes of which might actually get you the job that you're seeking. That said, I activate Head Judging. Again, I offer you a choice. Choose wisely. I'll give you an example, and just one. If I continue to do this same voice, but I sing a different song, this is going to be different. Imagine that I'm trying to sing the song of Maximilian Pegasus. Notice that everything that I've done, my voice is still the same, but there's just something different about my character. Notice that it sounds less like Bakura and almost sounds like Maximilian Pegasus has a frog in his throat. That is what I mean by singing a different song, my friend. And so you have to be careful not to lose that song in the middle of voice acting. Now you can see it. I will take control of one of your monsters. Do you control a spell or trap? Well, let's take a look here. By changing the field, you do. So no matter what I try to do, you're going to negate the effect. Might as well just get that done with then. The song is very important though. That's the difference between doing an impression and feeling like you're inhabiting a character. By learning those simple rules, then you can be happy, sad, confounded. You can live within that character. Because voice acting is not about doing impressions. It's about being able to react in whatever the circumstances you happen to be in. I see. Well, now that we're in this situation, how can we react? I am gonna bet the farm on this one by setting an additional card and ending my turn there. However, I will turn this to on. I actually have never done any professional voice acting. The only thing I've ever done is one time at the Yu-Gi-Oh! 2016 World Championship. I happened to audition for a role in the Dark Side of Dimensions in a contest. I'm happy that I didn't win the role because, as you know, I'm quite blessed when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh! With divine luck, it would seem. But that said, I've known a number of voice actors and used to professionally work in the anime convention industry, and so I have effectively a Rolodex containing many people that you probably know quite well. Might seem unusual in order to put that red-eyed black dragon back in his hand, but I wanted to free up some of my spell and trap zones. Rolodex, now you can tell how much of a boomer I actually am. I'll set 2 cards and end my turn. Again, I've been quite blessed, and so I'm happy not to have received that role. I also was auditioning for something that might have been a little bit out of my range. I see. Here comes another red-eyed black dragon. Now what shall I do? You're going to use Red Eye's Insight. That actually is going to thin your deck down by 2 cards. Rolodex effectively shows that I'm someone who remembers what an old-fashioned telephone looks like. Let's go ahead and use Sphere Karibo. I draw for my turn. I have 8 cards left in my deck. I can do this all day. I end my turn. Are you going to activate your powerful trap card and flood the field with monsters? Actually, the 2 roles that they had were the following characters. When Joey is on his bicycle in the Dark Side of Dimensions movie, he breezes past a police officer, and the line is, "Watch where you're going. Don't you know the speed limit?" I didn't audition for that one. The role that I auditioned for, which I won't do the voice that I tried then, obviously it didn't get me the role. I see, Flower, you're willing to accept surrender. The voice is of the lab assistant, where Kaiba emerges from his duel with the artificially created Yami Yugi. And he says, or she says rather, the character says, "A success on every level, you should be proud." And then Kaiba continues to berate that character. I did not get that role. Alright, Flower Boy, now that we have finished our 2 out of 3s, it is time for me to duel the duelists who we have not dueled before in a 1 out of 1 rushed duels, as we typically call it. So first up then would be Zigbaratos, but Zigbaratos has told us to hold off on that. But I do see you on the table, so I'll give it a try. I certainly have been blessed, though. I've been on a number of stages. I have a job where I professionally have to project my voice and really interact with people, not only here on the stream, but for those of you who know what I actually do for a living, you know that connecting with human beings in a meaningful way is voice acting to a degree. And so, am I a professional voice actor? I actually might be, but not in the sense that I sit in a booth. Is this a fancy microphone? Yes, but the only purpose that I use it for is so I can communicate with you better. We'll see you next time, Boomer. We're always glad to have you. Let's hope this isn't the final stream you ever watch. That was quite the good game, Flower Boy. I have to say, you certainly get your money's worth when we're both playing such strenuous decks. I'm going to start this with Doom Caliber Knight. If you want to use your Ojamas on me, I promise to take them down with me. Now that said, technically speaking, the perfect hand would be each of the Ojamas in a polymerization and then one additional Ojama. Now Enchanting Fitting Room would make that much better. You're also wielding Gem Knights, how interesting. Keep in mind, I'm no stranger to keeping up this persona and voice for a long period of time. I played in a 9-round Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship series in this outfit with a Bakura deck. And I was playing Mystic Mine and Destiny board. I went X3 by the by, but I lost to 2 Sky Striker decks, I want to say. And it was like a Danger Orcus deck that allowed the setting of Imperial Order directly from the deck. It was a lot of fun, frankly. The Ojama Knight, here to do what it does, unfortunately. Doom Caliber Knight didn't activate because you did not activate an effect. But I'll use Wall of Disruption to reduce the attack of your monster. No, Akari, you absolutely can join the duel room. In fact, I'm only dueling people now that I have not dueled before. I'll set a card. It is important to remember that the effect of Ojama Knight is a continuous effect. I'll follow my own advice and not summon an additional Doom Caliber Knight. Attack. Glad to hear it, that if you activate your Duel Links and enter the room code at the bottom right corner of this screen, you absolutely have time to play me 1 out of 1. Tairitsu Mystic Mine is an excellent card that allows you to play decks that you wouldn't be able to in any other situation. Remember that Mystic Mine is very vulnerable. All you need to do is activate a spell or trap-based spell and trap removal card. If you want to run a deck full of nothing but powerful monsters because you want to engage in Link Summon after Link Summon, that's not my fault if I play that powerful and legal spell card. Why, thank you, Akari. I'll go ahead and activate my Floodgate Trap Hole. That's going to flip your monster face down and keep you from sealing off my zones. Would you like to see something very interesting? I haven't been able to use my Sphere Karibo, so I'll summon it. Now I'm going to attack with Sphere Karibo, and you might think to yourself, wait, Pheromone, don't do that. But with Ojama Country on the field during damage calculation, the defense of the Ojama Knight is actually 0. Now I can attack for 1900 directly and end this duel. But of course, Zigguaratos, it was quite a good duel indeed. What an excellent strategy to use continuous monster effects against my Doom Caliber Knight. Alright, let's see what other duelists I have not played before. Now Beatrice, I know that you said you didn't want to play me, but if you change your mind, I'm happy to play you indeed. That's up to you, though. Will you do your best to make Yugi proud? Or do you want to avoid being sent to the Shadow Realm? Oh, okay. So we are going to duel. You're fine, Zigguaratos. Having played the Ojamas myself, you know I love to chazz it up. But in this case, I was able to circumvent your strategy. Maybe next time, my friend. All right. I'll go ahead and set a few cards. Then, I summon Doom Caliber Knight, and I end my turn. Your move. Think we haven't done nearly enough dueling Japanese, and so since you're kind enough to remember how to spell Yugi Muto's last name in Japanese, I'm sure you're familiar with the subtitled and authentic original Japanese version of the thing. And so for that reason, Sa Yugi, kakatte koi. Monster o shokan. Onegai shimasu. Watashi no Doom Carbon Knight no koka o hatsudou. Shinpai irimasen, Yugi. Those of you familiar with the Japanese version of the series probably are familiar with some of those phrases, but if not, maybe you should give it a shot. Alright, Zigbaratos, I look forward to our next encounter. Actually, Vox, if you want to hear my most controversial anime opinion, to a degree, a sub is still a localization and therefore doesn't represent the authentic and original actual ideas that are expressed in the original Japanese. That said, subs and dubs alike are a valuable endeavor because if not, there are dozens of series, including Yu-Gi-Oh!, that many fans would not otherwise have access to. I see that you're going to bring out your most powerful monsters, and I assume we're about to see some animations. One day you might, but just know that they've done a decent job of subtitling it on most of the anime services it's available on. Very true. No, I typically brute force my way through that game, because unless it's something that I'm particularly committed to, not being a huge Nintendo fan, but definitely an owner of every Nintendo console that came out, I usually try to just get through most of it as I can. What a beautiful doo-wong. I'm not saying anything offensive or suggestive, I'm merely repeating a very funny phrase that's included in a certain translation of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 4. And I do believe that I read through that entire fanlation, actually, just because of how funny it was. You didn't think I'd make this easy, did you? I only set one of the Dark Magicians. You still have one Ultimate Wizard in terms of attack and defense. That's absolutely what they said. Now this is interesting. You chose to get rid of my Doom Caliber Knight, but you may regret that decision as I sit behind my obnoxious Celtic Guardian and laugh obnoxiously. Unless you have another. Ah, quite good. If I was able to activate that powerful card, you would have crashed your monster into my own. That would be Part 4. Diamond is Unbreakable. I am quite a huge JoJo's Bizarre Adventure fan. To a degree, I also think that Kazuki Takahashi is, because there are many similarities between Stardust Crusaders and early Yu-Gi-Oh!, including the outfit, the stylings. In fact, what hooked me on JoJo's Bizarre Adventure was the duel against Darby between Jotaro himself. I actually watched that episode in the original 1990s OVA out of context, and I've been a JoJo fan ever since, having seen every single series that's been available and read most of the manga at that point as well. I absolutely agree. I'll put this in defense mode, and then I'll end my turn. I'm not sure if those of you JoJo fans knew that it was that Darby episode, but one of the reasons why I collect those Duel Links chips that you've seen in the background of my stream is because they remind me of the soul chips from the Darby, and so my dream, therefore, is to have, I believe it was 6 chips is what a soul is worth. I've collected 2 whole sets so far, so I hope to collect more in the future. I don't know the end of JoJo Lion, but I'm sure that I will take it at least a little less painfully than you did, my friend. Oh, did you get the clip? Kid Sees Ghost, I'll probably need to adjust it so it's able to put the stream clips in. If you send that to me directly, I promise to post it myself. I don't know why that wasn't an approved link. You would think that Twitch would be, but Nightbot's a little much. So what I intend to do now is send you a private message to which you can reply, and I'll post that. Now that you can check your direct messages, send me that as a link and I'll post it myself. To a degree, though, that's not untrue. Think about it. All of the other characters throughout the series, especially in the Japanese version of Yu-Gi-Oh!, describe the other version of the pharaoh as Mo Hitori no Boku, a Japanese phrase effectively meaning the other side of I, or Mo Hitori no Yugi, the other side of Yugi. And with that in mind, the only one who can really perceive that Millennium magic is Yugi. When he encounters Bakura, he's the only one who notices that something is wrong. In fact, in this episode, in the dub, the Dark Spirit revealed, Yami Yugi himself calls out to Yami Bakura, saying, "I know you're there." So James, I think your declaration may not necessarily be as true as you expected. I'll set this powerful card and end my turn. And to a degree, Seto Kaiba, who has no other spirit or millennium magic, doesn't believe that there's anything there. He doesn't see anything. He denies it. So again, I think that to a degree, maybe it's more like JoJo than you thought, but the beautiful world is, whatever you think of it, is your choosing. I think that I might have bit off more than I can chew. If you haven't realized it yet, I'm about to possibly lose this duel. Because if the Dark Magician is sent to the graveyard for the powerful fusion monster I expect, there might be some piercing battle damage. Why, thank you, Hopeful. I see instead that it's Amulet Dragon. If it was Dark Cavalry would have allowed you to pierce my defenses, reducing my life points bit by bit by bit. But instead, you prevented your running out of monsters by using Amulet Dragon. I see that you're going to banish a spell, powering it up to 3,000. How interesting. To a degree, that's not untrue, but remember that in the original manga in the series that Yugi's height does not change. The perspective that you see when Yami Yugi changes form and looks all confident, has taller hair, is actually an optical illusion meant to show you that he's more confident. In the original version of the game, his friends do not see anything different, but based on his different demeanor, he looks as different to them as I do from Pheromone. I'll set an additional card. In fact, why don't I set a monster and we'll end our turn? We can have this anime discussion as long as this duel progresses. Again, though, the beauty of fan works is that however you perceive it is however you should accept it. There really is no such thing as a canon, because remember, you're the one who dictates what your experiences are, and once an artwork is placed out into the realm, it can be anything you so choose. Don't rely on terms like fan canon. Again, your interpretation is extremely valid. I'm only espousing my own. Now, I'll grab Dark Necrofear. It just depends on the timeline. Remember that Duel Links is full of characters that don't exist. I do myself, seeing I'm the dinosaur I am. I think I need to destroy one of these face-down cards, so I'll activate a Pendulum Scale. How funny! They did not record lines for Bakura that says he activates a Pendulum Scale. It just says that he activates a spell. How interesting. Void Trap Hole. It looks like you were prepared for Dark Necrofear, but I was prepared for you. Now I shall summon the one that shall cause your demise. Dark Necrofear is back in action once again. James, it's also a joke. Vox is well known for his sense of humor, misinterpreting everything that somebody says for his own amusement. I end my turn. And I'll go ahead and grab your card. You're fine, James. I only say that so you don't think that he misinterpreted what you said for any reason other than the fact he was trying to play a practical joke on me. Ah, as you can see, just like the brothers Para and Dox, one of the brothers is saying something untrue. I wonder which brother Vox is. Is he Para or is he Vox? Now that I control a powerful Amulet Dragon, let us see what powerful cards you might have. I'll turn my obnoxious Celtic Guardian to attack mode and risk everything as the Amulet Dragon attacks your monster. Depends on what you want to do. Ah, Wall of Disruption will greatly reduce the attack of the monster. However, worry not, the Floodgate Trap Hole is still going to keep your monster in defense mode. Even though he's face up, he isn't going to do anything except sit sideways. That does, however, reduce my monster's defense and attack, to a very low level. Now that's interesting. If you use the effect of Magician's Navigation to temporarily negate the effect of my Dark Necrophere, you will get your monster back. However, afterwards, it'll come back to me. You know, it's very funny that you say that. I have much experience in a 2004 Honda Civic. Hatchback or the full sedan? I had a friend who drove such a vehicle, and it's that wonderful shade of green that only a Honda Civic can be. Was it 2004? I guess technically that would be correct. I've been given the opportunity to turn my monster to defense mode, so I shall. I end my turn. You certainly came prepared to this duel with multiple ways to negate my card effects, but it seems like they've just come out of order, and so for that reason I can defend. Ah, you were the Honda Civic. I wonder if that makes you an Autobot or a Decepticon. That is exactly the card I would hope to set. Your move. Oh, I saw, Gengar, what you said, but you, a lover of ghosts and the macabre, absolutely know that you haven't seen the last of a ghost no matter how hard you try. I draw. You're welcome to come and try, though, if you join the duel room by using the code at the bottom right of the screen. That's all she wrote for this turn. Let's see what you have next. Again, at this point, we're only dueling duelists we have not dueled before. Now that's a mouthful. I've sundered many a dragon. Be careful what you wish for. I'll give you a duel, but it might be a one-way trip to the Shadow Realm. I draw. How interesting. I pass. Pure Bakura energy here. Just end phase after end phase after end phase. It's all on you. You only have 5 turns left. After 5 turns pass and all 5 cards are drawn, this duel will end and you'll lose everything, Yugi. Draw. It certainly was. One of the things that you are allowed to do, technically, Lioness, is if you review the VOD, the video on demand, you can still excise clips from that, which means you can share those with your friends and memorialize the moment for eternity. How else are you supposed to spend your time in the Shadow Realm? Again, I end my turn. It might as well be the Destiny board at this point. At this point, we're at F and I. I guess I'll move on to the next soda then. I end. Rather, you end your turn. I draw. Beautiful cards in my hand. However, I see no incentive to play them. I end my turn. Bring on the letter N. You can do whatever you like, Miss Muto. However, when it comes time for you to try to draw, and you have no cards left in your deck, that will be the end of the duel. How interesting. Which of these powerful effects of enemy controller will you employ? Ah, you're tributing your Dark Magician in order to take control of one of my monsters. Which one shall it be? Your Timaeus will return to you. What do you have planned for such a monster? Are you going to tribute it for Dark Magician Girl? I see. No response. I'm absolutely curious to find out what it is you hope to accomplish. It is before the end of the main phase. Ah, now that you're about to end your turn, would it surprise you that I actually do not want this monster back? You can keep it. I draw. Now I can activate a pendulum scale. Oh yes, Platinum. What cards did you order? I'm going to destroy one of your traps just to see what it is. Now that I've gotten rid of it, I can go ahead and set another card. Let's see if my Doomdog Arcthros can take a bite out of your life points, to put on the pressure just in case. I see. No response, as I wait for you to draw your card. Can't get to the next move until you draw a card. I'm looking forward to it. We've only seen one Egyptian god card thus far. The quest continues. I'll go ahead and tribute one of my face-down monsters to summon Dark Ruler Hades. Now the catch-22 begins, because you only have 3,200 life points. With this attack, I'll end this duel without you even having to draw your last card, but if you survive, you're ever closer to decking out. What'll happen? Oh no!
It's time to duel!
Why, thank you, Duel Links noob. I hope you're enjoying your evening. Let the raid commence. Let's see what we have in store for our next opponents then. Up next then would be Inuvo, then Puppet Master, James Wicked, and Nexus. At this point again, we're only dueling duelists that we haven't dueled before, so those of you who have already won or lost, you've had your moment in the spotlight. I don't see that Inuvo is currently sitting down. Anytime. I certainly love that little V pose. Let's see, then maybe next would be Puppet Master. We're so happy to have you. I hope your stream went well, Duel Links noob. Let the chaos continue. Ah, it's Quattro. I hear that he'll do anything for his fans. Then I'll use my life point boost and prepare for the worst. Is that a fact? Would it surprise you if I've already taken the power of said Millennium Eye and I'm not worried about what it is that you can see in my hand? No matter what the cards are, it's not really a concern if all the cards weigh in my favor. Alright, let's see what you have, Gengar. Actually, I drink a number of things. As long as I have the caffeinated energy and sugar running through these veins, I can certainly take you out one by one. Although Bakura is seen within the confines of the show as eating and drinking constantly, as you know, his metabolism is quite fast. I see that you want to bring in your own host of horrible monsters. Horrible, I should say. Gimmick Puppet Dreary Doll. Alright, let's see what you've got. That said, each of you here, again, I'm happy to duel you if you join the room. To a degree, it seems that you're a fan of Little Karibo. Ah, the gimmick puppet of strings. During the next end phase of the opponent of the player who placed the counter by this effect, destroy the monsters with the string counters. Interesting. If I do not get rid of this monster, I cannot hide behind Noxious Celtic Guardian. Keep that in mind. Why, thank you, Project Duel Club. Let's hope this isn't the last stream you ever watch. What shall we do? I think that this is the perfect time in order to set these cards. So I'll place down 3 face-down cards, and I summon Doom Caliber Knight. Time to let him swing his sword towards your gimmick puppet Egghead. Now when you attempt to activate a monster effect, my monster will tribute itself and negate and destroy your monster. Your perform puppet will still activate, however. I end my turn. Excuse me, I might have had a little bit of too much combination there. I see that you're activating Destoy's effect. Unfortunately, I'm going to stop that. Is that effectively going to make it do it again anyway? You can target a gimmick puppet, destroy it. When this card is sent face up from the field, I see. So unfortunately, despite the fact that you were able to get rid of my Doom Caliber Knight, if I'm going to stop you from doing what you're about to do, I need to banish your card. Have a good night, those of you who are wrapping things up. For those who are still here, we still have at least a few duels to enjoy. Anytime, Bia. I'm glad you found it within you to rise to the challenge, and despite not winning, you performed excellently, so be proud of yourself. That said, you're not going to attack, huh? How interesting. With that in mind, I set a card, and I end my turn. That's fine, Project. I usually stream Mondays and Wednesdays around the same time of 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or 4 p.m. Pacific, depending on where you are in the world. And sometimes Fridays when I can if there's not a tournament on the weekend. I actually will allow you to do that because I need a monster. The monster I need, of course, is the one who will cause your demise, Dark Necrovir. Slowly but surely, we're going to hang on in this duel. Now this is quite interesting. If I wanted to maximize the enjoyment here, I don't have to rush it. However, I'm dreadfully curious to see what those face-down cards are. So here's Dark Necrovir in all of its glory. But not only will I summon this card, but I'll place it in attack mode because we're going to push on forward. I will go ahead and set down an additional face-down card. But that might have not been to my advantage. I may have misplayed just a little bit, so we'll see what happens. I end my turn. Now, was this all according to plan? We'll see. I see that you're discarding a card in order to summon the Biscuit in defense mode. Perhaps I'll set that card face down permanently, so it cannot be used for a powerful Xyz summon. Now you'll have to decide what to do against my monster. You said you would do anything for your fans, but you're not going to attack. I draw. Knowing the defense of your face-down monster, I summon an additional obnoxious Celtic Guardian, and then I enter the battle phase. I'll begin this experiment by attacking your face-down monster and destroying it as a result of battle. That said, Perform Puppet activates, but I'm not particularly worried about that card, and I can go ahead and use this one. I'll take 800 points of damage, and you might ask why I do that. With the extra points I get from my life skill, I can go ahead and take your gimmick puppet of strings. Now it just depends on what you want to do. You're going to use your gimmick puppet, Bisque Doll's effect. Now I cannot target any of your monsters with card effects, but perhaps I don't intend to target any of them. I guess you'll find out. You've made your desk toy level 8, and you've summoned an additional monster. Now you're using an additional effect to change it. I think this is going to be a hilarious time to activate head judging, to negate the effect and perhaps claim that monster as one of my own. I give you the choice. Choose wisely, you've chosen tails, but it's heads. I have barely had that effect not work out in my favor this whole evening. I see that you're destroying your own monster. How interesting. Now you'll use your gimmick puppet Dreary Doll. And with Dreary Doll's effect, banish another gimmick puppet to special summon this card. Have I played my hand too soon? You now control 2 rank 8s. Level 8s, excuse me. You have to remember that back in my day, we didn't discuss ranks, there were only levels. So the dinosaur I am, every now and again, a mishap occurs. That said, it looks like the gimmick puppet of Strings is back on the field. I would assume so. However, with all of my intervening, it just depends on what you decide you want to do. Will you destroy your own monster? It's not like it's doing me any good, and the life point damage would be incredible. I'm waiting. You end your turn, too afraid of the face down card. Perhaps that might have been you missing your chance as I turn my monsters to defense and set an additional monster on the field in defense mode. Your move. Is that a fact? What if I make you decide again to choose between heads or tails? Don't second guess yourself. Because your monster cannot have its control given to me, it's destroyed instead. I'm finding out apparently I might do better in the Kaiba Corporation Cup if I just run head judging. I see that you've summoned an additional monster though, and Perform Puppet will allow you to do the same. I draw. How interesting. I set a card. I will do nothing at this point. I'm still winning the deck out race and I'm fully protected. So it's your choice on how to end me. All I need to do is hang out. I draw. I pass. What a delightfully fascinating duel. I'm sure most of the viewers are beyond excited. I draw. You'll do anything for your fans. Will you summon a monster? Again, I draw. I end. Every one of these duels has gone into time or something further. We actually had a duel in which the final duel was won at turn 49. I draw. How interesting. I end. I'll let you draw your whole deck to search for answers. But I need to play a single card myself in order to further my strategy. This protective wall of defensive monsters and cards that can negate and stop your attacks and effects. I think I am just fine. How you get out of this is wholly up to you. I draw. Seeing that I need play no further cards, I end. I see you've discarded a card. I draw. I end. Why don't we play some fiends that wouldn't ordinarily get to the graveyard in order to prepare for another Dark Necrophilia? If he uses Dark Hole, I'd be just fine because of my powerful spells and traps. It looks like you're ready to bring out another powerful Xyz monster. Open the overlay network if you dare. Ah, you end your turn. I see that you realize that sometimes there's just no way out. me take a look at my graveyard. I have 1, 2 fiends. Tell you what, I'll go ahead and chunk another one of these Archfiend eccentrics. It is not. The rules of the game are in effect. How interesting that you're banishing so many cards. To make that clear, though, you can only run 2 of these, you can only run 3 of these, and you cannot run anything further. You tributed 2, how interesting. Now you're using the effect of your gimmick puppet Drivery Doll to banish your Xyz monster. Again, I'm very well situated. With 10 cards left in my deck, I'm not at risk of decking out. And so for that reason, I don't need to worry about putting any more cards in your deck. I'll discard my Drowning Mirror Force. Alright, let's see. Are you telling me that you've been hiding a Blue Eyes White Dragon within the confines of this deck the entire time? You set a monster. How interesting. It depends on how they move, or rather how they move when you're not looking. That said, personally, I was originally very frightened by ventriloquist dummies as a child. And so for me, I guess the dummies are probably the scarier things than the mannequin. Ah, Gengar, today we are only doing 1 out of 1, so you'll have to save your Blue Eyes for a future stream. But I eagerly await to see what you can do in this duel. At this point, you only have 5 cards left. After 5 draw phases pass, you'll draw all the cards in your deck, and on your next turn, you'll lose the duel and everything. Okay. For some reason, I thought this was you based on the way that you were interacting with these cards, but I know that your name is typically submissive in game, so I was a little confused myself. Well, then I look forward to our duel. Speaking of which, I reduced the attack of your monster to 0. How interesting. I'll set a card. And again, I end my turn. I see you set a card. Are you out of rank 8? Monsters, or what? I end my turn, and therefore I will go ahead and get rid of these continuous trap cards as I have no zones left to use them. How interesting. Only 3 turns remaining. Of course, then you still have to draw, so by some miracle you might be able to clear the field. At this point, I might as well leave this as off. I need not interact in any further way. Both your monsters are 0. You end your turn. I draw. If you were hoping to incite me to attack, my patience is unparalleled. So your move. Why, hello, Rescue Squad. It's good to see you as always. Tribute setting a monster will get you nowhere. But I do see that you're using Gimmick Puppet to further banish cards in order to set things on the field. Like it or not, this duel will end with you drawing and not having anything to reach for. I end my turn by discarding another trap. I have no need for it. I have everything I need in my hand, even if you were to come up with a counterattack. We'll take a look at the order of duelists next, that way you'll understand what it is, although at a certain point we'll likely need to cap our duelists. Going to set that monster back face down, unfortunately. Because the witching hour draws near, and so for that reason... Goodbye, Destiny Board. I'll go ahead and activate my Sphere Karibo. You won't destroy my monsters, you will not activate my effects. I draw for turn. I end. The last card to be drawn. I hope this option provides you what you need in order to mount a counter-offensive. Because if it doesn't, next turn is going to be very short for you. Let's just leave it at that. I will respond with nothing. In fact, I actually could probably safely put this at off. You might have destroyed your own monster, but how is that going to save you? I end my turn. And now by discarding my final Fiend, that is the final turn of this game. Which, by the way, went on to 45 turns. Now that we have completed our duel with Puppet Master and we know that Inuvo isn't here, James Wicked and Nexus may be our very last duels. James Wicked. Challenge. Let's see if you fare any better. Ah, I see that you're about to swing into action. Show me then whether or not the pendulum swings back and forth and will clear the path to victory. I see you are in fact using the pendulum scales. A new duel. This might be the only stream in which we've had multiple duels over 40 turns. Well, it is by design after all. You're going to set 2 cards in a pendulum scale. How interesting. Well, then I shall set 2 cards myself. However, I summon my Doom Caliber Knight. Doom Caliber Knight will swing its sword to strike you down. And then I end my turn. You say that, but the most important part about stealing souls is to do whatever you can. Technically speaking, an Exodia deck, if it stole souls, would be exactly what Dark Master Zork ordered. How interesting though, Illusion Balloons, excavate the top 5 cards, and special summon an excavated perform the power monster. Monster you summon is the Turn Trooper. Well, your local love life, it was very fun to see basically the entirety of your deck profile. And an Archfiend. Remember that in Japanese, any card that has the word Archfiend in it is actually named Demon. So Red Dragon Archfiend in Japanese is Red Damon's Dragon. I will do nothing in response. I draw. Let's see what we have. I'll summon another Doom Caliber Knight. Battle phase. I attack for 1900. Ah, it looks like you'll actually gain life points instead of losing them. And in the meantime, I'll thank Auliokan for following the stream. Again, I hope this isn't the final stream you'll ever watch. These pendulums are actually holding out quite well for my aggressive plays. Doing an excellent job, James, of keeping me at bay, but at one point you will have to initiate some aggression yourself. Going to set a monster. How interesting. Well, then I draw for turn. Why, thank you, local lowlife. I hope you cherish our long duel forever. Why, thank you, Alucard. 1400 directly. Fierce Drowning Maraforce is still my weakness no matter what form I take. With that in mind, I can activate no further cards nor make any attacks, so I end my turn. For those of you who are just joining us, I typically stream Mondays and Wednesdays today at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard and 4 p.m. Pacific. I draw. I will set this particular card but having a short change of fiends, I can summon no further monsters. Your move, James. Seems that you're prepared to set the pendulum scales, and therefore can summon not only a monster from your extra deck, but perhaps a monster from your hand. And I cannot activate any monsters or rather any trap cards in response because of the effect of your Time Gaze Magician. With that in mind, I activate Floodgate Trap Hold. I have to be able to prevent any battle damage coming my way. I draw. How interesting. It seems like this card is actually useless given this situation, so I must end my turn again. Slowly but surely, the heat is being turned up on me. Again, the pendulum swings. Another monster who cannot be affected by spells or traps, but you summon this one in defense mode. And you've set another card. I'm not worried about the Muffler Lion, but I want to make sure that you have a full enjoyment of your lion, so I'll place it on the screen this way. But now what? Am I just waiting to be destroyed by Odd Eye's Pendulum Dragon? Perhaps I am. You've tributed summon the Blue Eyes White Dragon. It's not a pendulum monster, however, and therefore I can activate any of my cards. Let's see what happens next. Battle phase. While you still may be able to get your pendulums again, I'll use the Drowning Mare Force to return the Blue Eyes White Dragon to your deck. The fun may have just begun. I draw for turn. I'll set a card, and end my turn. Your pendulums were actually predictable, but by using Time Gazer and Stargazer, there's something totally new in the equation. With these effects, I can't activate anything in response to attacking, so I don't know what powerful effect I'll use to stop this onslaught. Looks like you're using your Coin Dragon. Because I know what you have in mind, I'll use Karma Cut. I'll discard a card and I'll banish that pendulum, never to be seen again. I know that it's your last pendulum, but I have to do what I can in order to stay in this duel. At last I draw a monster. I'll set that monster in defense mode and end my turn. Another Performer Pal Pendulum Summon. This time it's the Performer Pal Para Trio, followed by the Performer Pal Muffler Lion. You have excellent defenses, but none of those monsters are high enough to destroy anything of note, at least. I drew another card, and thank goodness it can be activated sooner than the battle phase. I set a card and end my turn. Now you end your turn. Now we're just in a draw-off. How interesting. Any monster I destroy as a result of battle, you would return back onto the field. So for that reason, I'll set a monster, and I believe I end my turn. I hear the Shadow Realm is lovely this time of year, but with the way this duel is going, I might be the one to find out. Just a little bit, country. Your powers of perception never cease to amaze me. I set a face-down card, and I end my turn. You didn't think these Bakura emotes were for nothing, did you? After all, 'tis the season for this type of gallivanting and pageantry. Gauntrain, perhaps we'll see it again at some point, but right now I believe it's only going to be limited to Battle of Chaos, if I know what type of card you're speaking of. Your Pendulum Summoning again. And that is quite the right monster to summon. I'll activate Floodgate Trap Hold in order to flip it face down. Bit by bit, I have slowly set every monster on your field. and I've done so with 2 floodgate trap holes. If I draw a third one, the trap is effectively sprang. So I'll end my turn for now. I was not expecting this one to be the most challenging duel yet, but you're managing to circumnavigate half of the abilities that I have. And you still likely have a card that can be tributed. And therefore, even though we're 23 turns into the duel, you don't really know who's going to win or lose. Speaking of tributing, you're tributing set a monster. I do have Malefic as I purchased a number of Truth Universe cards. After having tribute set, you're bringing your monster back onto the field face up. How interesting. I draw. I don't have nearly the stranglehold on you that I used to. But I do need to keep things going. So for that reason, I'll flip summon my obnoxious Celtic Guardian. I see that you've activated a faint plan. Interestingly enough, I don't want to attack your face-down monsters. I want to attack your pendulum monster. Ah, but it seems I cannot activate any traps. Even on that. Is it traps or traps effects? I see. How interesting. I would have needed to place that card face down, or face up, I should say, on the field before engaging in the attack. I'll use the cards in my hands in order to keep myself alive just long enough to do so. See, you're using Performapal recasting. You're going to draw 2 cards. Well, let's hope those aren't the final cards you ever draw. Do you dare flip summon your face-down 2 tribute monster? I have a feeling I know what the card is, but until you flip it up, I can't be sure. Now, of course, what you choose to do is your decision. But I have a funny feeling we both know what'll happen, so choose wisely. You're about to end your turn. I draw. Let's do this the right way. I activate Fiendish Chain on your monster. Now I enter the battle phase. While you can't negate it, you will have to decide what you want to do on your next Pendulum Summon. Are you going to waste it on a monster like that? We'll see. Gontran, I do have to ask, your curiosity as to my ownership of Malefics, whatever is it for? Is it time to cosplay Paradox? I see that a similar monster is coming out to the field, but I assure you that I am prepared for it this time. Odd Eye's Pendulum Dragon. Behold, Floodgate Trap Hole was ready for this all along. But I still don't know what your powerful face-down monster is. That said, I've been through all of my Floodgate Trap holes, so you can bring out your Blue Eyes White Dragon, a card that I just wasn't expecting to see. I'll put another Fiend in the graveyard by discarding my Sphere Karibo. Take a look at the face-down. Excuse me, I'll take a look at the cards in my graveyard. I'll set this card. I'll turn this monster to defense mode and end my turn. Your Blue Eyes might be mighty, but it cannot get past obnoxious Celtic Guardian. Now that you have 2 Blue Eyes on the field, what shall you do? You have 6 cards in your extra deck. Are they all Pendulum monsters? No response? My monster cannot be destroyed. Why, hello, classy wrestler. It's good to see you again, as always. Now that my Doomdog Octhros goes to the graveyard, I can access Dark Necrofear from my deck. Gauntray, I've been over this before in prior streams, but based on the patterns in which they do not include content from outside the manga, for the original series or anything that touches it, I do not believe we are going to get Paradox. Now it's time to banish 3 fiends from my graveyard, to summon the card that shall cause your demise. I give you my Dark Necrofear. Beautiful as it might be, it only has 2200 attack points, but its powerful effect will allow me to meddle with your plans in such a way that you are not prepared for. I will investigate the cards that I have, and save this for later. So I'll enter the battle phase and Dark Necrofear will attack one of your Blue Eyes White Dragons. I'll take 800 points of damage and Dark Necrofear will be destroyed. However, at the end of my turn, its powerful effect activates, and I'll take your shiniest Blue Eyes White Dragon as my own. Now, what shall you do? I have 12 cards left in my deck, so I'm able to stall through you. When 10 turns pass for you, you'll have no cards, so you can't just sit there and wait. You have to squirm in some way, and squirming is what I'm prepared for you to do best. I see. Be careful. That Sky Iris card might allow you to protect your pendulums, but if you use its effect to destroy one of your frozen cards, worry, because your deck will get smaller and smaller until there aren't any cards left in it. I see that you've realized I'm not playing any spell cards, but you're only bringing about your own doom. First off, your Time Gazer Magician now reduces its scale to 4. And I see that you've added Time Gazer Dragon. You intend to do life point damage to me, but you might have another thing coming. Your scales are now evenly matched at 4 because again, Time Gazer does not work in that way. Now will you use the effect of Odd Eyes Dragon? Eye Chain Head Judging. We'll flip a coin and the judge will decide whether or not your effect works the way you think it does. Choose wisely between heads or tails. You chose heads. But again, my luck is unbeatable, and so I take your monster as my own. Now I control 2 of your monsters. I see that you end your turn. I draw. Well, I wasn't prepared in order to have 2 level 8s. I don't have any rank 8s on my field. So what shall I do? I suppose we can just do what we've done. I end my turn. Again, now you have only 8 cards left in your deck. After 9 turns pass and all cards are drawn, this duel will end and you'll lose everything. So plan wisely. I see that you have Silverclaw. How interesting. I'll go ahead and activate Fiendish Chain. Fiendish Chain will prevent your Performer Pal Silverclaw from attacking, and as a result, that means that you won't be able to destroy my obnoxious Celtic Guardian with a monster whose attack is less than 1900. Now by activating Sphere Karibo, I can turn your Blue Eyes White Dragon to defense, and equally destroy it as well. I draw. Battle. Your Odd Eyes Advanced Dragon will destroy your own Blue Eyes White Dragon. I see that you use Wall of Disruption. That means that my monster's attacks are reduced. I'm down to 2300 attack. Do you think you've won? Only one way to find out. I see you set a card. Blue Eyes White Dragon is going to turn to attack mode. You'll attack your Blue Eyes White Dragon, however, I activate Sphere Karibo, turning your monster to defense mode. I won't suffer enough life point damage to lose the duel, and you cannot attack with your other monster. That means I can put these monsters in defense, and even if you got rid of them, Obnoxious Celtic Guardian will still protect my life points. cards. And if you try to activate any effects, head judging still works. And if I take control of your monster while I control too many monsters to accept a new one, it'll be sent to the graveyard by card game mechanics. The noose draws ever tighter, so how are you going to get out of this one, James? I see, Performapal Odd Eyes Minotaurus. During damage calculation, you can make monsters lose attack. However, with all my monsters in defense mode, I'm not that worried. First, you destroy your own Blue Eyes, but you've only freed up a spell and trap zone on my field. I draw. Perhaps it's not the time to summon another monster that I would use for attacking, but I will summon Dark Necrofear by banishing 3 Fiends. And so again, I have the ability, if you destroy that monster, to take control of one of yours. And I know exactly which monster I want. Your all-powerful Blue Eyes White Dragon. Again, it's turn 39. Whatever shall you do? If you decide to use Sky Iris to clear your Performapal off the field, you're only taking another card out of your deck, thus bringing you ever closer. The same thing if you try to destroy your Scales. I see that you want to summon something. Interesting. Sky Pegasus might clear the monsters off your field. You cannot activate its effect, however. Because if you do... Okay, here we go. You want to destroy Dark Necrofear. Well, tell you what, just for grins, I'll activate the effect of Head Judging. Now you must choose between heads or tails. You chose heads, and again, only one person has managed to get out of the grips of that card. And so because I control enough cards, your monster is sent to the graveyard by mechanics. Apparently this is going to be my new path to King of Games on future streams. Head Judging is a very powerful card indeed. I see that you've decided to thin your deck by an additional card. It's true that Gangado can protect your life points. Life points aren't my win condition. I see that you wish to battle. You'll destroy your own monster, Odd Eyes Advanced Dragon. Are you truly so heartless? Now you've opened another slot on my field to put another powerful card. Let's see what I choose. I guess we're in the endgame now, so I need to set as many cards as possible. So for that reason, I set 2 and end my turn. With only 3 cards remaining, you likely know what's left in your deck. Only you know if you have the ability to get out of this jam. I promise not to keep you waiting long on my turn. I already have enough cards on the field. All I need to do is draw and pass. Draw and pass. I draw, and just as I keep my promises, I pass. I see that you've decided to flip up your Masked Chameleon. A powerful Synchro Summon might not be the worst, and you've gotten rid of my obnoxious Celtic Guardian. I see that you want to attack my other monster, though. That would be Obnoxious Celtic Guardian. I draw. How interesting. You put a monster on the field that's quite scary. I might be going quite all in, but I'll summon the Archfiend Eccentric, and I'll use it to destroy your weaker monster. That allows me to stop you from being able to clear out my obnoxious Celtic Guard unless you happen to have another small monster on the board. You have only 1 card left to draw. I hope it helps. I'm not sure what you might be doing with a Gangado in attack mode, but I refuse to attack. And so what I'll do instead is set another monster, and then I end my turn. It's your move, James. What do you wish to do? With no cards left in your deck, there's not much left to this duel. I see that you're revealing a card. Perhaps you believe that by using Blue Eye's alternative White Dragon's effect to destroy a card, you might be able to clear my field and thus my life points. You wouldn't technically be wrong, but again, it depends on whether or not you can get through head judging. Can you call the coin right? Only you will know. And I suppose the rest of us will soon find out. You've chosen to destroy Dark Necrofear. I activate head judging again. Your choice, heads or tails. What shall you choose? If you choose wrong a third time, heads, you've done it. The card has been destroyed and so has Dark Necrofear. That means there's just simply less cards on the field. You also can make a powerful Xyz monster now and maybe get through. Depending on how this goes, and how many monsters you have, you might be okay. But it all depends on what these last two face-down cards are in your extra deck. If it contains Hieratic Dragon of Heliopolis, my days are numbered. But how much foresight did you have that you would be in such a situation? I just have to wait and anticipate. There are certainly plays within the realm of duel monsters that would allow you to win this duel, but only time will tell. You tribute summon a monster. How interesting. Battle. It looks like I have managed to outwit your every move. And the final thing I'll do is take over your Blue Eyes White Dragon. I draw for turn. I can special summon a monster here, but the monster I choose is... Oh, I don't have the monster I thought I did. Well then with that in mind, I need only end the turn. Why keep the stall any longer when it's already met its win condition? What an excellent game, James. I promise not to use this deck against you again. But we went to nearly 50 turns. That said, it looks like the final duelist in the room that I have not played is Nexus. And I see that Nexus is ready. Ah, but James, I have all the patience in the world. This deck is meant to just sit on the win condition and patiently wait. I believe this is going to be the last duel of the night, so let's make it a good one. After that, we'll talk about all the fun we intend to have next week. Well, and all the other ways you can find extra content coming. I see. I mean, it's always possible, but I'm trying to learn how to hold patiently. I'm well known for losing my patience and deciding to go in. A certain Yosenju Oyam likely could attest to that. Oh, that's so interesting. Well, speaking of patience, perhaps I do summon my Doomcaliber Knight. I need to deplete your resources as fast as possible, and so for that reason, I attack. Ah, you use Majesty with Eyes of Blue, which will prevent me from attacking by sending your Blue Eyes Solid Dragon to the graveyard. That negates the attack, and therefore I end my turn with you unscathed. Why, hello, Ben Next. Why the long snowman face? I draw for my turn. Because my Doomcaliber Knight can't attack, it's almost of no use to me, and so for that reason, I'll tribute it. Now I summon Dark Ruler Hades. I'll set an additional card, knowing very well that Blue Eyes is well known for being able to get rid of spells and traps. I end my turn and the pendulum swings ever further in my favor. With 5 cards in your hand and 1 on the field, certainly something can get rid of this small monster. I see that you're going to use your Assault Wyvern. You attack my Doomdog Octhros and put another Fiend in my graveyard while activating my powerful effect. Now you can special summon a Dragon-type monster of any kind from your hand. And while it might seem like I'm being punished, it might be going all according to plan. It seems that you decided to special summon Blue Eyes Solid Dragon from your graveyard. Do you dare to attack my Dark Ruler Hades and put the third Fiend in the graveyard? You'll activate your effect. I take 50 points of damage. How interesting. Just in case this gets bad, I'll set a card face down, but now I banish 3 Fiends from my graveyard. This is the final duel, but it will be an amazing one as I summon the monster that calls for your demise. And so now that Dark Necrofear is on the field, I can use it to attack your monster. And while I lose 300 life points when I end my turn, Dark Necrofear will take your monster. Now you've shuffled your card back into the deck. How interesting. And now you can bring out Blue Eyes White Dragon. But that isn't going to help you either. How interesting. Scorn of Ultimate Defeat allows you to add Chaos Form. With Chaos Form, you can summon Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon. And as a result, that means that you'll be able to do oodles and oodles of piercing battle damage, thus ending my life points. This duel is getting quite interesting fast. I draw. None of these are going to help me. I end my turn. Perhaps I'm in trouble after all. I see Chaos Form. There it is, Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon. It's happening. It's actually happening. That means the only way I can survive is by discarding Sphere Karibo, but that only buys me another turn. If I'm unable to destroy the Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon, I will lose this duel. In order to make sure I can safely do so, I activate Archfiend Eccentric. And using Archfiend Eccentric, I target your face down card. I'm able to get rid of Crystal Avatar, and so I switch my monster to attack mode. And then, perhaps it would be hasty to set another card and lock my zone so I attack your monster. We're still in this game. While a final duel this may be, we might still be okay. You end your turn. I draw. Unfortunately for me, I'm unable to end your life points, so I attack for 14. It absolutely would have been a spicy back row. Seto Kaiba is not one to give up easily, though. So this might be the most duel-taming duel we've had all night. It all comes down to this. I draw for my turn. And with no further cards to play, I must charge in. What an excellent, excellent, excellent way to go out. I cannot stress that enough. Ah, Induced Explosion. Alright, my fam, let's talk about what's coming up next week.